Yeah, I know. hmm Look, yeah. And that's why I'm afraid that they're all gonna die. Look, it's not a. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was just having a conversation here with my friend. You know, sometimes you just need someone to lend an ear to, or that's willing to lend an ear to you. Sometimes what people need is just a good listener. You can't solve every problem, can you? Anyway, so welcome back to episode 4 of Fire in the Dark. I am, of course, your host and your GM, Jamie Wolf. My pronouns are they, them. It's been a while. We took a bit of a hiatus. We took a bit of a break. So we're going to be easing back into this game. You're going to see some, let's call it some silly stuff. Some funky little goofs. Some silly little knockoffs. Some weird shit, y'all. But before we start getting into all of that, let's talk about what happened last time. Because it's been a while. And what happened last time was trauma. What happened last time was problems for the entire group of their own doing because they split the party. That one is on them.
Hold on,
Because
Chip was not part of this decision. You cannot lump them in with them.
Chip was not part of this decision. That is true.
Chip is innocent and did nothing wrong.
Chip was not there, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, which might have been part of the problem also.
I feel like our plan would have gone smoother if we had at least one more person available.
Yeah, especially the person who could fight.
Anyway, so last time, the group, those who remain, were brought into the information that there was assaults, attacks happening on two very special places to their hearts. One being the clock tower, Skurlock's roost, along with his entire flock, and the other being Helene's silver stag.
But
But
there was a secret third location.
the truth was that those were distractions for a secret third location in which our enterprising villains, our lovely Kendalled, were actually trying to break into Ironhook Prison in Dunslow and let loose the prisoners to have a cadre of loyal criminals at their behest, and for those that weren't, just to let loose some chaos in the city. You know, burn it all to the ground, as they said. To that end, however, the party figured that out. And then instead of just going to the prison, they fucking split the party. They did it two ways and tried to go for a third. They sent Crow alone, mind you, alone to the Silver Stag, which was a choice. Was it a choice that worked out? Yeah, kinda. But then our lovely Asher and Wax over here decided to go to the prison. At which point, yeah, that was fairly effective. I mean, they stopped the worst of the prison break, and they did some serious injury to Ezekiel Harcross, the one from episode 2 who strapped Crow to a table. So, you could call it successful. And then, in the wake of all this, they managed to save Helene, but the Silver Stag burned to the ground. They managed to stop the prison from being totally cracked open like an egg, but some prisoners still got out. And at the end of that, Crow managed to save Shrike, and only Shrike, from the tower being frozen solid. And they made choices, y'all, because knowing that the tower's being frozen, oh, how is Wax feeling knowing that Marasi was probably there?
God. It feels like it's been a couple weeks and they've still been thinking about it. Uh, they're concerned now that the flock, if they survive, is going to fuck up Marasi and then also fuck up Tristero just by association.
And Asher, how is Asher feeling about Helene's fucked up hands after having her rip her own fingernails out via the mind controlling member of the Kindled?
Well, not good. If we thought Asher was unstable before, let me tell you, it is worse now. Not good but so help me, Asher will rip the head off the jester. It's a little bit of murdery, just a little bit of murder.
Hey. And Crow, how is Crow feeling about Shrike's semi-consciousness in and out of unconsciousness and frostbite?
Very guilty. Crow feels like they made the right choice in saving all of the people at the Silver Stag because there were so many more people there, like morally. But on a personal standpoint, Crow feels guilty for not helping people that are close to them. And also Crow is on a base level just kind of angry all the time.
That's fair. And Chip, according to what happened last time and a note that was left by Echo, you got borrowed by the Damned to go do a raid on the Centuralia Club. How do you feel coming back to them all in this state?
Honestly, I can imagine when Chip's told, they just kind of like laugh so hard. There's like, of course you all would do this. Shouldn't have expected anything less.
And so these are the boiling emotions that we find ourselves bubbling up amidst all of this. But for now, a lot of those people, a lot of those characters are, we'll call it on the back burner. They're recovering. There's not much to be done with Helene right now as her hands begin to heal. It's not much to be done with Shrike right now. She is being tended to off and on by Dr. Avermice, who has been invited in to look at the various things. All these wonderful, lovely things. And of course, there is always the inter-party drama of, well, things that happen. I'm just going to recommend you go watch the last episode to remember what that was. But that's not the situation we find ourselves in now. No, the situation we find ourselves in now is once more in the basement of the manor in Six Towers, in our wonderful group's hideout, in the planning room. The maps aren't spread out right now. At least there's nothing that's been put to work more than usual. Instead, what has taken its place on the table is about 3 boxes, 2 of them just empty, of tissues. On the floor they're littered, like the entire floor is almost covered in tear and snot-soaked tissues at this point, as the entire group is gathered around trying to comfort a bawling Scarlet, who is sitting in a chair in this room.
Scarlet, we understand that something is you need to be able to slow down. Oh, darling. Okay, wow. If you could breathe, maybe you can tell us what happened?
Can you
Oh.
breathe? Okay, yes, you can. Okay.
Probably need some water, don't you? You're probably now feeling a little dehydrated, aren't you?
I feel like Chip would like sit in the chair like closest to Scarlet and like offer to let her sit in their lap for like comfort.
Scarlet has like fully taken up that offer, like is definitely doing that. Has not stopped crying, but is definitely doing that. Is full like romance cover pose, like both arms around your neck, except when like dabbing her eyes and blowing her nose.
Chip's just like kind of staring daggers like off at the side, just like, why did I offer this? Why did I do this?
Eventually, water is brought for Scarlet. Water is brought for Scarlet, and as well as another box of tissues. You gotta understand. It's my cousin Vinny.
Okay.
You're going to need to be a bit more specific.
Which one?
Yeah.
Dogs. His fish cart got stolen.
I'm sorry, his fish got stolen? Did I hear you?
Fish cart and all his fish.
Okay, right. Oh, geez. Oh, darling. Okay.
It's fish.
Okay. Right.
So your cousin's fish cart
Mm-hmm.
missing? Stolen, specifically.
It's gotta be stolen. Vinny always locks her eye up. He knows exactly where his fish cart is. No one would take his fish cart.
Is your cousin okay?
Vinny, he's still balding and his dick don't work. He's fine.
Right, this is not information we need to know about this, but if he's fine beyond that, that's good.
Good to know.
Perfect.
Okay.
Who would try to steal Vinny's fish cart then, dare I ask?
It's great, except maybe that no good weeks to custom. But like, other than that, I don't know. Everybody on the docks knows that Vinny, they love Vinny. Oh, we'll take Vinny's fish cart. Vinny smells the Vinny grills the best fish.
Of course he does. Darling, why are you so upset about this?
Because it's Vinny's fish cart.
Okay. Maybe that was the wrong question.
Okay.
Well,
do
you want us to go and look around the docks and see?
Try to help people. As long as you can help me, you can help my cousin Vinny get his fish cart back.
You do help us a lot. I think it is the least we could do.
I really appreciate it. I gotta Vinny gets his fish cart back. I gotta be a comfort at the family. I can't see them looking at me like this. I gotta pull myself together. They're worse than me.
Right, well, we'll get you breathing and maybe make you some tea, drink the water, and then we can, touch your makeup's fine. It's fine, I'm sure. We can
Just-
we can
it's
touch that
just-
a little. Yeah.
Just gone. It's fucking like streaks down her face. Is worse than Crow when Crow did the full demon fucking ghost summon at the finale of season 1.
So while I imagine Asher is getting water or something, Chip will slowly walk Scarlet through like a breathing exercise.
Okay. Thank you, Chip, for being able to do that.
I'm
Breathing's
actually crying.
important.
Hold on.
Oh,
I overdid it a bit, and I have actually made
Acting.
myself cry. So I gotta. All right.
your mic was so unhappy with like 70% of that.
It
I'm
just like ate the
so
entire
sure.
thing.
It was appropriate because we probably wouldn't be able to understand Scarlet anyways, so it worked
Yeah.
beautifully.
You all got what she was saying. Fine,
More or
though.
less.
Like,
I mean, for the most part, yeah, it's just okay. Vinny's fish cart stolen. Someone stole it. Used to grill fish. His dick don't work.
Yeah,
docks.
that's what we understood. And the
The
dogs.
The
docks.
okay. Well, I gotta go. I gotta go take care of the family. They're a mess, let me tell you. Tears everywhere. Gonna run out of tissues. Everybody's trying to comfort Vinny. I just, I gotta go bake them a nice buffet.
Do you want to take the tissues with you?
Sure.
Yeah.
She kind of takes like all of the boxes of tissues like under her arm. Papa Claw, by the way, has been in the background of all of this. He's just been like in the room. He's been like almost, which like this is the worst role for him with his peg leg, but he's been kind of gopherring the tissues is the thing, like back and forth and like getting some like supplies and stuff. Brought like the makeup kit to like help so Scarlet could like fix her makeup. And Papa Claw's like, I'll help get her home and make sure she doesn't start crying in the street.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, y'all. I don't know what the plans were today, but maybe weirdly, I think this takes precedence.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree. I mean, the Vinny's helped us out a lot, so
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So is Scarlet. She's clearly
Yeah.
devastated.
The least we can do to help Scarlet, considering
Everything she has done, yeah.
mhm.
and everything she puts herself into by even being with us.
Mm-hmm.
So Papa Claw takes Scarlet under his arm, which is hilarious because Papa Claw is a very large man. If you remember, he's both tall and broad, and a bit round in the middle. Like I said, he was built basically like a sumo wrestler kind of thing,
Yeah.
like muscle and then a thick layer of fat over that. Like this is the man who used to carry a literal cannon as a howitzer gun. But he dwarfs all of Scarlet's 5'1" frame. As he kind of takes Scarlet under his arm and starts leading her back out and away and down the streets of Duskfall to take her home. And that leaves our lovely crew of scoundrels with their bereft secretary now removed to do what they will. So what are we thinking? How's our conversations happening here?
So, I take it we just go down to the docks and see what's happened? Scene of the crime, see who saw things.
I mean, that's all we really got from that conversation.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, I think we got a few other things that we didn't need, but, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Has anybody started numbering these Vinnies? Because I think we might need a numbering system to keep track of them.
They all look the same.
There's pastry Vinny. Now there's fish cart Vinny.
There's very
a-
fast running Vinny.
There is the very fast
which is
Vinny.
pastry Vinny, if I remember right.
Oh, are they the same one? Okay.
I think so.
This is why we need to number them. I think I don't know.
We need
Yeah.
like a
There's
red thread
Vincent.
conspiracy board about them.
There's Vincent, yes.
There's Vincent, who's a trans woman.
Yes.
Um,
I think we need like a notebook with like a picture and a description for each one.
there
Sure.
was
I'm gonna go through my
also
notes and I will pull this
the-
together.
there's Vinny, who works down in Coleridge in one of the factories down there. There's a lot of Vinnies. So the way I see it, we're getting into a gather information kind of scenario. Are we all like collectively going to the docks to see what's happening down on the docks and then like going from there? Is that's the vibe I got here?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I do think Wax just kind of either stays a bit in front of Asher or stays like just out of line of sight just because side-eyeing a bit. And also side-eyeing Rue as well.
Me, the human?
Oh, sorry, Silas.
Bro.
Bro,
I'm
sorry.
like,
I
that's
am.
fair.
I rub my
No,
eyes. I see a
we're-
different
we're-
person entirely.
We're all always side-eyeing Rue.
That's fair.
So,
Here,
so
wait, I'll fix this.
there are a lot of you make your way down towards the docks. Getting down to the docks, I'd be asking around. It's not that hard to find where Vinny's fish cart usually is. It's literally just called Vinny's fish cart. You find out that's just the name of it. And you get down to what is you're almost certain has to be almost comically the scene of the crime, because where what you would assume there was a fish cart, someone has drawn a chalk outline of a fish cart, of a cart on the ground, and it has drawn like a little fish inside of it with X's on the eyes. And then someone has then taken that chalk outline and has cordoned it off with like red tape, like around where it would be. And then around this red tape, there are 4 vaguely similar looking individuals with black hair standing at and about roughly between 5'6" and 5'7", kind of just like scurrying around it. They all look similar enough that you'd think they're related, but like they all are just different enough. 2 of them have their hair like cut pretty short and slicked back. One of those with the slick back hair has glasses. The shortest among them has his hair up in like very tight spikes and tufts that go in every direction. Looks to be maybe the youngest out of all of them, but is also the nicest dressed and is like handling like a notebook and a pen. And then like the last one is just this very like the largest, maybe about 6 foot out of all of them. Pretty built, like a very boxers kind of build, kind of just standing there. It's got the squirt news cap like pulled down, like newsy style, kind of like the like you push it back up when you're about to go like Popeye style, beat the shit out of someone kind of thing. No sleeves, just a vest like this, just no other shirt. Kind of just standing in the background.
Bets on these being Vinny's?
I'm willing to bet. Yeah, no, not betting against that idea right now.
Okay. I guess we can ask them.
It's probably where we need to start, isn't it?
Yeah.
I really
Okay.
did not wake up expecting this today.
No, yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
You wake up with expectations these days?
You know what? Fair. I don't know what to expect anymore. In the distance, you can hear I'm imagining just like very much like Pink Panther soothing music in the back of Tristero's head.
All right, so who is approaching to talk to the Vinnies?
Reluctantly, Asher has decided to go into the fray.
I imagine so. Chip will probably follow, acting like trying to be like intimidating a little bit, since Asher is so small.
That's fair.
We have to have
Asher.
authority.
Yeah.
Asher, as you approach the Vinnies, and Chip, you as well, it is quickly apparent to you that the Vinnies are many things. They look pretty active, pretty strong. In some cases, pretty quick to talk, similar to Scarlet. Competent be not one of them. The one who is working on the notepad in detective style, trying to, like, looking like he's taking down notes. You look that he's actually made, like, a flip book of just the fish cart exploding. This appears to be his theory, that it spontaneously combusted. The two Vinnies who look the most similar with their hair slicked back and, like, they could be twins, honestly, save for that one of them has glasses, seem to have gotten to a heated argument about who is the better looking, and it keeps getting a back and forth of no use at this point. And then lastly, the large one has gotten very, very distracted, petting a goat.
Oh, God.
So who would you like to talk to?
Oddly enough, I think I'm going for the flip book Vinny. Detective Vinny.
Oh, Chip might have gone for the goat.
That's fair.
All right.
The goat was my second option, admittedly.
Let's start with Asher. Say, who are you, dame?
Oh, God. I am someone who's regretting this conversation already. Hi, we work with Scarlet, and she told us about the missing fish card. I was hoping you could tell us something about what happened.
Oh, say, you're Scarlet's employer, eh?
Yes.
Ah, well, nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I got me a theory, you see, eh? I got me a theory. Looky here. And he does the flip book, and you watch the fish cart spontaneously combust. It's a very good flip book. You're like almost like the amount of artistic rendering that is done on this flip book is honestly impressive.
So you think it spontaneously combusted?
Yeah, see, I think that my good pal, my good cousin, my good friend Vinny here, eh? Maybe he left the fish grilling a little too long, and then it all went poof, and he was had his back turned, eh?
Wouldn't there have been, extra debris lying around if it exploded?
He kind of like pauses for a second and like looks around. He's like looking for like ashes and scorch marks and things to back up his theory. And when he sees absolutely none of that, he's like, I see what you're saying, dame. I see what you're saying. You see him like tear out the entire section of the flip book that's like does the exploded and just toss it, and then just the wind takes it into the ocean, and he starts drawing something else.
Okay, good to know. So which Vinny owned the fish card?
My cousin Vinny, eh?
Is he here right now?
No, he's belligerent. He's beside himself. He's back home.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna turn around and go to Chip with Goat Vinny.
as you're like turning around, you can hear him like mumbling a self narration of like, she had legs that went on for miles, and she walked in smelling of trouble. But I liked trouble. Trouble was my middle name.
Noir jazz music playing in the background once again.
Okay, so film noir Detective Vinny, got it. Okay.
Chip, you kind of led the approach to the Vinny who had gotten distracted petting one of the goats on the goat carriages that traverse around Duskvault. Um, so he seems perfectly content, kind of just petting this very shaggy goat. The goat seems to not mind it at all. Seems to be quite content, just chewing on some cud.
Some goat.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the cart?
gone.
Is it like clear that he's just like this short worded, or is it just focus on the goat?
A little of A, little of B. He doesn't seem like a verbose man. Not that he's cagey. He just seems to be mindful of his words. He doesn't use a dozen words when one will do, kind of a thing.
So I didn't want to do this, but Chip's quirk is unstable. So they're just gonna fucking yell and try and scare the goat. So it goes away.
Interesting. I think I'm gonna need you to roll something for that. I think I'm gonna need you to roll something for that. I think I'm gonna need Chip to roll me I'm gonna say command roll, because you're more or less commanding the goat to do a thing.
Yes. But can I make a case for skirmish potentially?
Are you attacking the goat?
Attacking it with vocals.
The skirmish is for fighting. Like
I know.
fighting.
I know. I have to make a case for it. It's better dice.
You could ask for
Okay.
a devil's bargain and push yourself.
Is there
You
a devil's
could.
bargain? Yelling at this goat?
Yeah. Whether the goat runs or not, it's gonna kick you.
Sure.
Okay. All right, we'll take that devil's bargain. So this is still in the gather information phase. There really isn't any risk of a lot of anything here other than getting kicked worse. So go ahead and make me a command roll. It's just risky standard.
+1. Okay.
All right, that is a 5. You do manage to actually startle the goat. It does kick you in the stomach. On base value, just because you took the devil's bargain, you would take level 1 harm. Bruised insides and internal bleeding. You can mark armor, I guess, if you want to not take a goat to the stomach.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that.
All right. Cool. Great. And then mark your armor use. Great. The goat still kicks you in the stomach, but it like hits your armor as the carriage driver is like, "Ah!" And then the goat just fucking takes off into the streets. Oh. Bye, Betty.
Hi, Daddy. Wait, what?
Betty.
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 I heard Daddy. Got very confused for a second.
I think that is what we call a Freudian slip in your brain.
Yeah.
So, on that note, he's kind of like, "Why'd you do that?"
Felt like it.
Okay,
So,
not nice.
I just yelled. It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
So, any idea why the cart's gone?
It's good fish. Someone wanted the fish?
Why wouldn't they have just taken a fish instead of the whole cart?
It's a lot of good fish.
Who do you know that likes fish that much?
Dogs.
You think a dog could steal a cart?
Maybe a bunch of dogs.
Chip's like very seriously considering this as a possible option. How would they be
Cats.
so... Go ahead.
Cats. Bunch of cats.
I mean, I've heard it's hard to herd cats. I don't know if they'd be like so willing to work together on this.
Hmm. Shark.
Shark? Imagine we see like how far is the ocean, or like the nearest body of water from this?
From this, from here, the ocean is about 200 feet away from you.
It like kind of looks from like the cart outline to the ocean. Not that far. But I imagine we'd see like track marks.
Maybe just a person who really likes fish.
Back to the question. Who do you know that likes a lot of fish?
Vinny.
Which one?
His cart.
I didn't know if there was another Vinny who had like
I'm
a
Vinny.
rival fish cart.
No. I'm Vinny.
Hi Vinny, I'm Chip.
Nice to meet you.
This is Asher, and like Chip like looks to Asher for like help.
As I kind of finally approach this conversation. Do
Hello.
you happen to know where... Hi, lovely to meet you. Where does your cousin Vinny, who owned this fish cart, live?
Well, the rest of the family.
Oh, good. You all live together.
No.
No?
No. I live there. He points at a houseboat that's docked over on the side.
Okay. Where's the house where everybody else lives, then?
Rosefoot.
Any more specifics than that, or no?
Northwest side.
Okay.
You can find it.
Sure I can. And you didn't see anything that happened to the fish cart?
Nope.
Suspects are dogs, cats, and a shark.
I'm sorry, we think
Vinny.
a shark did this? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I got.
So it's either a series of animals, but we have ruled out explosion and spontaneous combustion.
Didn't think that was a good plan.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. Vinny's got a lot of wild ideas.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
He's an artist.
Yep. Definitely that.
Professional.
Oh, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other two that are arguing over there?
Lawyers.
Noted. Okay.
Not criminal ones.
Okay. Are they twins, perchance?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, alright, there we go.
Do
Right.
contract work.
Ew.
And you live on your houseboat?
Go fishing.
Okay.
Catch fish for Vinny.
Right, and then Vinny says, okay, I understand how this is all coming together.
Yep.
Okay.
Is there ever anyone else who wants to get the fish from you other than Vinny?
Sure.
Who?
Restaurants. Silver Stag used to.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's a touchy subject with us too.
Liked it there.
Has Chip ever seen this Vinny around?
Yes. Now that you think about it, you have.
Good.
This Vinny has been to every single one of your shows, maybe.
Okay.
Good.
Would you remember more if I danced?
Probably not.
Worth a shot.
Very much worth a shot. The day that works, I will pay for that myself, okay?
I liked it. I like it. But probably wouldn't help. Maybe make me feel better. Who's gonna buy my fish?
Those restaurants.
Yeah.
We are going to work on getting the fish cart back, so then you can continue to have Vinny sell the fish.
Sounds good.
If you hear anything or get any leads on who may have done it, feel free to tell your cousin Scarlett. She can tell us.
Like Scarlet. Good egg.
We like her too.
You know her?
Yeah, she works with us. I
Oh.
guess other times of the time.
You're Scarlet's boss.
The group of us, and I'm trying to point to like Crow and Tristera who are just watching on.
Tristero has reappeared suddenly with a cup of coffee in hand and like a little cardboard cutout holding 3 other cups of coffee.
Oh, good, thank God. Yeah, no, the group of us. So we're taking this personally because it just Scarlet is. I'm trying to take care of Scarlet.
She's very distraught.
She is.
Yep. You're good folks. And this Vinny like pats you, Asher, on the shoulder. His hand like dwarfs your entire scapula. You ever need fish? He hands you a business card.
I will know exactly who to go to.
Chip probably hands him a business card back for his show, for their shows.
Yep. Oh. Guess you're probably working private now, huh?
Maybe.
Since the Silver Stag burned down is the implication.
Oh yeah. Chip kind of forgets about it sometimes. Oh yeah, I guess you're right.
And I tucks the card away. Okay. Well, gotta go pull the Vinnies off each other. And he walks over towards the lawyer Vinnies who have started. They're like holding each other by the collars at this point. They were like moments away from getting into a fist fight.
Kind of turn back, go towards Tristera and Crow. Just, I think that was moderately successful.
I heard something about sharks.
Like a street shark?
Don't. No, absolutely not. Do not bring that into this. Do not bring that era. Do not bring that era, and do not bring that energy into this cult.
Oh no, Tristera's dead. Oh, how did that happen?
And suddenly, Tristero was eaten by a shark.
This is one of the many deaths Tristero will have based off these jokes.
Pretty much.
Anyway, so
I don't think talking to the arguing ones is going to get us anywhere. But
Oh.
can I actually use one of the questions from the gathering information thing, which I never do because I always just call a ghost instead. And
Sure.
see what echoes in the ghost field here, like around where the chalk outline of the cart is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So you're going to call on echoes of the ghost field here, kind of like channeling through here. Normally, when you channel echoes of the ghost field, it's a bit electric, right? It feels a bit tingly over you, and there's a faint smell of ozone, like a lightning strike. That's still kind of there, but it's kind of like overlaid by a slight salty fish scent. That is definitely pungently in your nose. The other thing that you get when you call on echoes of the ghost field around this cart, is so the like 4x8 square where the cart was is like blank, like it's like devoid. But around it, you're getting very, very strong feelings from the ghost field. Something was recently in this area with something with a very, very strong ties to the ghost field was recently in this area. Anything, if you want to like delve deeper into the energy, rip it apart, it's probably going to be more of an attune roll.
Yeah.
But you definitely feel something.
I would love to dive deep into the energy. It's what I do all the time.
Yeah. Get on deep on in there. Give me let's call that an attune. And tell me how you're doing this. Tell me what you want to do. Tell me if you want to go for a devil's bargain or
I am interested in hearing one.
Yeah. So your devil's bargain is a very, very it's a very gentle devil's bargain for you on this one. The devil's bargain is you get an extra die, but you will smell like fish for the rest of the week. Like not like rotten fish or anything, just like vaguely of fish for the rest of the week, which may make it a little more difficult for you to sneak into places or disguise yourself, that kind of thing.
No, I already smell like enough strange things.
That's fair.
My effect is limited because I still have a brain injury.
You do still have some ruptured cranial capillaries.
But I will go ahead and roll that. And I think what Crow is doing is like just like everyone else is looking at the area where the cat is, and Crow has like wandered to a corner where the like outside influence is strongest and is staring very intently, like not at where the cat is. So to everyone else, it looks very strange.
Absolutely.
This is a 5.
It is a 5. All right. So, so a minor consequence here for you to resist. The minor consequence for you to resist is that you minor tinnitus, but like not like ringing in your ears, but like the sound of the ocean, like you have your ear to a conch shell kind of a thing. Is just going to be in your ears, might make things a little more difficult if you're trying to do like surveys or have to concentrate really hard on something.
That
would be a resolve resist.
Yeah. Okay, I will resist it. Let me add my die. It's a
okay. So take 2 stress. So you don't have.
That was a rough roll.
That was a rough roll. So you take the 2 stress. You don't have the mild oceanic tinnitus, but what you do get is some serious information. So, Crow, the feeling that you're getting that is surrounding this cart is like nothing you've ever felt before, but also is like a bunch of different things you've felt before. It's not any one thing. It kind of feels like a ghost, but it's definitely not a ghost. It has a similar substance of presence as to in the first episode of this game, you briefly saw Leviathan at the base of the ocean. But it's not as all overwhelmingly powerful as that in any form, shape, or kind. And then lastly, there's something else, something underneath it that it's at the tip of your tongue, and what's at the tip of your tongue is definitely salt water. There's a je ne sais fish to this. And it all kind of adds up to a very similar feeling as to when you throw your memory back to when you were dealing with the medical cult, the cult, where it's got a very similar feeling as to when you were in the lab in there, and there was just like a whole bunch of everything all at once from everywhere. You're muted.
Thank you. I finish with the surveying and I walk over to Tristero and I take the cup of coffee that is mine and I drink the entire thing in one go to try and clear the taste out of my mouth.
It tastes like ash and a little bit of grounds.
Mm.
It's supposed to keep you working. It's not supposed to taste good.
Better than seawater.
As it washes down and you kind of do that, it kind of all combines in your mouth to, as it's done, you're just left with this slight aftertaste of anchovies.
I don't know that I will have an appetite for a while. Anyhow, there is nothing inside where the cart was, but all the way around it, like something wrapped around it and pulled. There is a very strong presence that is neither entirely ghostly nor entirely something else. Maybe something between a ghost and a demon, or someone or something that has been touched by a Leviathan. But nothing concreter than that. But something was very powerful around here before.
Right. Okay, then do we head to the house of Vinny and see if they can give us anything else to go off of?
Do we really have anything else?
Unfortunately.
Oh, this is usually the part where y'all split up and try different things. So,
Yeah.
I think today we should stick together.
Wow.
So do you think, like Chip will ask Crow, do you think that, like, whatever it was took it back into the water?
It's possible. It was a very strong sensation of salt water. If they did not take it back into the water directly, wherever they are taking it is strongly related to the water. Do I know of any like specific cults or groups here that maybe worship Leviathans or like work with them in some way, or like worship the ocean as a concept?
So fun fact, actually. Do you know them? You certainly can. Leviathan worship, Leviathan anything, is fairly divisive in Dosval ever since the giant ghost Leviathan incident. So, you know, it's a bit hit or miss. You either have a group that's like really, really, really into it, and those people are like very small, niche, kind of like specialty groups that don't have a lot of power. And then like everyone else is like, yeah, we're gonna just stay the fuck away from that because last time anyone tried to touch that, that went so wrong. So like, yes, in theory. In practice, I mean, no one with any substantial power, but like, I guess that would make sense if a group of Leviathan worshipping cultists without a lot of power, their big thing to do was steal a fish cart.
They're trying to get turf.
From the Vinnies.
Yeah.
There's a micro war, gang war going on right now between the Vinnies and God. Oh,
Like the Vinnies, and they just call themselves the Levies because it's short form for Leviathan.
Leviathan.
Anyway.
We need a producer cam because the look Brandon just gave says so much with no words.
Wait, you don't like my suggestion?
Are we all collectively going to the house that Vinny told you about, or are we doing the usual gather information thing?
We can split up if you want.
I don't want anything here. I just want to know what you're doing.
I'm gonna go talk to the fish, to basically the harvesting fish people.
I thought you meant you were just gonna go talk to the fish, and I was like, "Is that a thing you can do? That's awesome."
See, here, Chip's gonna hunt for like a trail, probably focusing on like the ocean a little bit, and then might go for a swim because of it.
And Asher is going to the house of Vinny and is going to probably just regret that life choice, but it's fine.
All right.
I have two questions. Well, I have one question that will then influence my options.
All right.
I assume, like, everyone else is far too busy for us to go asking them questions about fish problems.
This dock workers, like, fish is their life in some respect, depending on who it is. So maybe. Who's to say? Depends on who you ask. If you go ask a real big fuck off commercial liner, yeah, they might tell you to go fuck off. If you go ask, like, obviously not Vinny number 7 over here who runs his own boat, you already talked to him. But if you go talk to like Joe and Jill who run the Crab Shack, then yeah, maybe. Does anyone still go to Joe's Crab Shack? Is that still a thing?
It is still a thing. It is just as disappointing as it used to be.
Good to know.
There might still be one in San Francisco. I don't remember if it's still there. I'll find out in September. Pro with the most trepidation you've ever seen a man speak with. Hilarious given the things that they've done in the past 2 weeks. Looks over at Asher and says, "Do you want backup on your conversation with a house full of them?"
And there's this pause of like, oh, this is so awkward. But also, Asher does not want to go alone to the house of Vinny.
Tensions between the two of you are frayed right now, but are they so frayed as to prevent you from backing up the other and going to a house full of Vinnies?
At least 2 of whom we know are distraught beyond words.
We're gonna re-trauma bond over House of Vinny is how we become friends again.
How we're gonna fix this.
House of Vinny sounds like the worst restaurant / club to go to. Oh, like it sounds like an off Vegas strip restaurant.
Off Vegas, like
off Vegas.
Brandon, can I get I went to House of Vinny's and all I got was this shitty t-shirt design?
They surprisingly have the best turkey club.
Their BLT is a little flaccid though.
Oh. So Asher does reluctantly say, "I would appreciate your help at the House of Vinny."
Great.
Okay.
All right. So we will probably, actually, we're gonna start with Joe and Jill's Crab Shack. So Tristero, I joked said Joe and Jill's Crab Shack, but in actuality, Joe and Jill's Crab Shack is Joe and Jill's Crab Boat. And there is and if that's who you want to talk to, sure. There's a variety of other fisher people that you could talk to, but that's
Honestly, I could go for some crab legs right now too, and or maybe some crawfish. Not crawfish. That's on land.
crawdads.
Crawdads. But yeah, no, I'll go talk to Jack and Jill's crab boat.
Well, it's Joe, so don't get it wrong. Otherwise, you might offend them. But you go up to the crab boat, and it is recently pulled in a good haul of crab. One thing you need to know about Duskfall crab. Now, these would look absolutely normal to Tristero. To the rest of us, it's a bit of a nightmare because these are 30-legged crabs that are about the size of your upper torso and are dark as night with like white spots like stars across them and eyes that look like jeweled sapphires. Just a normal crab for Tristero.
Mm-hmm. When you go for crab legs, it's really a just family dinner at that point.
Yeah, but the claws, though, it depends on which one you get, because one of the claws is very normal size, and the other claw is almost big enough to wrap around your neck.
That's a bonus weapon in Elden Ring.
One of these claws is normal, and one of them is poison. Is what I thought you were gonna say.
One of these claws is poison. No. So, Tristero, you go to talk to two very average-looking individuals. They could be married, they could be siblings. Honestly, it's hard to tell. Hopefully they're not both. But yeah, there's two red-headed fisher people that are pulling in these crabs and getting them. You could see them getting them tagged and bundled and getting ready to like sort them out to get to various places.
Mm-hmm. Hey there, good morning. Joe and Jill's crab boat.
Hi, that'd be us. The one who you ostensibly you try not to assume, but you're guessing is Jill. Looks up at you. That'd be us. Are you looking to get some crab? Probably most of this lot's already bought and spoken for, but we got a few extras that we could definitely give to you.
Actually, I wasn't even thinking about that. Now that's a great idea. But no, actually, I'm here asking some questions, help out a friend. Vinny?
Which one?
Yes.
Yeah.
The fishing pair.
The fishing pair.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we know Vinny, don't we? You're right. We know Vinny. Good folk they are. Always willing to trade a couple of good grilled fish for some crab.
Mm-hmm.
Makes for good dinner. Vinny knows how to grill a fish, I tell you what.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like I've been missing out.
You ever had a fish wrap?
I have not had a fish wrap.
Yeah, Vinny does the best lettuce fish wraps, let me tell you.
Oh, this is putting me in dangerous territory here. All right, well, so the tragedy is I can't really get a chance to try the fish wrap. You heard about what happened to Vinny's cart, right?
I noticed it wasn't out there when we shipped off earlier today. Came back and still not there. I saw the younger of the Vinnies. He kind of nods to the large Vinny. Younger of the Vinnies there, standing over what I can only assume was a couple more of their cousins. Seems like something's afoot, awash. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems the cart was upped and stolen away by something. Something that had a real hankering for fish.
That's a damn shame. But weird. It's not actually it's not the first time. Not for Vinny's. I mean, for For Vinny's card, it is, but it's not the first time that there's been a fish shipment gone missing recently.
Huh. Other place been having fish? Any signs? Anyone look like fish thief? I can't believe I'm saying this. Is there a crime ring focusing on fish?
I don't know about anything around a crime ring focusing on fish. I gotta be frank, I don't know where the profit in that would be either, given how quick fish goes to spoil if it's not, cooked or preserved.
I mean, we've had weirder situations happen around Dustfall.
Too right, I suppose. But fucking Maiden's Mark, he points to a real big fuck off, almost Leviathan Hunter size ship. Had one of the nets get cut and go missing a while back. Even we lost about a quarter of a shipment of crab one time. It was just gone, blink of an eye. Barely turned our back for a second.
Oh,
Don't know who'd take I gotta be honest, I don't know who'd take all this anyway, because, like, one, doesn't do them no good, and two, around here, the dogs. Word of mouth, everything. It is, actually. Word of mouth is kind of how we do business. A lot of us who work down here in the docks that work in the fishing trade kind of only have each other to rely on. We only get a small section of the docks to ourselves to deal with as aligned to the, import-export and the cargo section of the docks is where most of the money comes in. So we kind of got to look out for ourselves. It's kind of hard to imagine that anyone would steal.
I had one of the folks who has a good connection to the ghost field. Did anyone mention anything off or supernatural about the thefts outside the speed?
Not that I know. Yeah, we're a bit of I guess dull rods when it comes to the ghost field. Not that we don't have like the usual little bit of tingle and things like that a lot of people get, but we just don't have a lot of attunement to it. You'd think that we'd get a bit more of it, given how long we spend out in the ocean where all the weird shit is, but maybe we just become desensitized to it. So, nothing that we could tell you about it, but it is unusually fast, and no one has ever seen anything.
I'm wondering if the Maiden's Mark might have at least had someone on watch when a fishman goes missing, because load of fish that big eventually you would feel the weight of that on the boat. Like, y'all probably noticed it as soon as the shipment, a net of crabs was taken off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We absolutely noticed as soon as it was gone. It was nowhere to be seen. And you're right. They almost certainly had someone on watch. But we talked to Captain of the Maiden's Mark. He talked to all three of his watchmen. Didn't see a damn thing.
Strange. All right. Well, I'm gonna abstract it a little bit, but I want to gather information on ask them, like, what was it like whenever that shipment got stolen, all that kind of stuff, and ask a question, what should I look out for by consulting with them?
Yeah. Go ahead, roll me a consort roll. See how much. It's just going to be a risky standard, I guess, limited because you're hurt.
I am not hurt.
You're not hurt. Right. You got real. Dr. Avermice just went to town on you. The bone juice, the fucking tiger bomb. You just like you were mega hurt, juice. And you got the full suite of So just risky standard consort.
I'm not even gonna ask for a devil's bargain. I got a 6.
A 6 and a 1. I was like, I got the two ends of the spectrum. No, a 6 is great because that's you know what else? There was one thing, actually. Didn't find it until almost a day later. But there was this kind of dried trail on the boat. Didn't see it until it dried out because it was totally translucent. Did not see it. Got completely mixed up with just the rest of the fish slime. You know, there's a lot of slime when you're working with fish. You gotta accept that. But once it dried up, it was practically calcium, basically, with how fucking dense and white it was.
Fascinating. Is it still on your boat? Can I see it?
Oh no, we cleaned that. It did not look good. Sorry.
No, you're good. Shit.
Yeah. No, but it was a pretty thick trail on there. We just figured that maybe we bumped up against something out in the ocean and it left a, that kind of shit happens, kind of like barnacles and the like.
Mm-hmm. From Joe and Jill's crab boat, can I see where the fish cart went missing at all?
Yeah, no, it's not that far away. It's about 200 feet away because they're on the ocean and it's like the docks. It's very similar to when Chip was talking with Vinny earlier. It's the distance between where they were and the ocean. It's about 200 feet or so.
Mm-hmm. I just want to look over towards that direction, see if I see a like calcium trail coming in and out of the water from this distance.
Nope.
All right.
Did you want any crab or anything?
Off the top of my head, do I remember how many cousins there are of the Vinnies?
How many of the Vinnies? You don't know. There has never been a solid number. It is Schrodinger's Vinny. There is and is not infinite Vinnies until proven otherwise.
I'm gonna be like, I might be visiting with the Vinnies. I should probably. What do you think? Two crabs?
Which Vinnies?
The Vinnies.
Which Vinnies?
All of them. I'm going to the Vinny home.
Okay, well, which one?
I don't know. My associates went to a house down in Crowsfoot.
Okay, that house of the Vinnies. You're going to want 7 crabs, maybe?
Gosh. 210 legs.
210 legs, averaging out at about... Honestly, I was averaging at about a crab to every 2 people. So maybe you could put it down a bit, but so... Right.
Okay. Change of plan. This is going to my own house instead. 1 crab to be split among 6 people.
1 crab to be split among 6 people. You sure? She holds up the giant fucking crab. It's fine. You don't want 2?
I'll take 2, just because I like y'all.
All right. Just 2 crabs. So they stock and address it, and it will be delivered to Crow's house or your house? Crow's
house.
Crow's house? Okay. All right.
In the middle of the street.
Cool. All right. While we're on the docks, let's go to Chip. Chip. There's been some talk of Chip whipping out a magnifying glass and starting to Pink Panther this shit.
Yeah.
But what is Chip actually doing?
So basically that Chip's gonna like look around the area, like leaning over, like kind of absurdly close, trying to see if there's a trail around where the cart was.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna call that a hunt roll for your benefit.
Cool. Any devil's bargains?
I would say that a devil's bargain is that whether you find the trail or not, you are going to get somewhat hopelessly lost, and will have to find your way back when it comes time to find your friends, so that this may be the only gather information thing you're able to do this time, because you might get lost a bit.
Chip would do that.
Yeah. All right.
Risky standard still?
It is still risky standard. We're still just gathering
Nice.
some information.
Cool.
That is a 5. All right. So, yeah. So, Chip, you start hunting for clues. You start trying to find a trail. In the midst of trying to find the trail, I would say that you would. A 5. I'm going to give you something because you do have a consequence here. I'm going to give you something that's good and bad. You're going to slip on an invisible trail of translucence slime and bang your elbow. You will have limited effect on whatever your next roll is, but this is like hitting your funny bone. This isn't a permanent injury or anything that you have to like get healed. It's just that for one roll, you'll have knocked your funny bone.
I'll resist that.
All right. Go ahead and make me a. Why isn't Chip's character sheet coming up for me? Oh, it's because it's already open. Go ahead and make me a prowess resist.
2.
Yeah, so you'll take 2 stress. And you slip on that trail of translucent slime. But because you slip on that trail of translucent slime, given Chip's weird affinity for the ghost field and things like that, you realize that you can, with this slime, as you do, you almost shock it a little bit. Like you get a little bit of static ghost field electricity in it, and it causes it to just ever so briefly glow blue. And you realize that maybe you can use this and that it's connected given what Crow saw earlier. And so you kind of start trying to follow this trail, casually releasing tiny shocks of electricity as you go that kind of spurt, leading you down this long, slimy trail. And as you're doing the shock, it is causing parts of it to just crystallize where you hit it. And it just start turning into like white little crystals. And as you like walk down and follow this, you get twisted and turned through some back canal ways near the Doskvald docks. But eventually, you find yourself, one, thoroughly lost. You have no idea where you are. You might need to get directions so that you can find this place again later when you find a person. But 2, you find yourself near a storm drain. And that is where the trail ends.
Is there anybody around for directions? Or is it kind of
Sure,
like...
you're just in the city.
Yeah.
Well, you're close to the docks, but there's people. Yeah. That you can.
Yeah, so they'll ask, and they'll kind of like ask for directions back to Crow's place.
It's the fucking Charlie Brown, like,
Yeah.
adult. Cool. Let's go to Crow and Asher. You have made yourselves your ways down from the docks to the northwest side of Crow's Foot, near the docks itself. It's not a long walk. And to get there, after getting directions, finding the house is not that hard. Picture for me, if you will, a house that looks like it had another house built on top of it. Not a house that was given like a renovation to be taller. No, it is like someone had a flat-roofed house and then put another house on it, including the front door, of which there is an outdoor staircase that leads up to the secondary front door, as well as what could ostensibly be called an outer upper deck, but only large enough to at most fit 2 people kind of squished together. And those stairs do not look OSHA compliant. They are rickety, to say the least. So it's a question of which front door you want to knock on, the one on top or the one on the normal side. But as you also approach, it does have, it's one of the few places in Duskfall that has what could ostensibly be called a yard, which is to say it has a section of it that doesn't have just house that is directly on the street. Calling it a yard, though, would be forgiving because there's no plant life. It's, other than a couple of weeds that have started to sprout up through it, it's mostly gravel. But it does have a little white picket fence. There's no color on it. It's definitely all been like washed off. And on that picket fence, there is a sign that has been put up that says Vinland.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But yeah, no, I can't even argue that one. So that door or that door? I'm not gonna lie, the second floor scares me. And by second floor I mean second house?
Second
Is
house, like fourth
Third
floor.
Fourth.
Yeah.
It is like someone took a 2-story house and put it on top of a 3-story almost apartment building house.
Cool.
I almost think it would be safer if you scaled the building than taking the stairs.
Honestly, probably.
So
let's just start at the bottom and maybe work our way.
optimistically, let's knock on the bottom door.
Yeah.
Okay. So you knock on the door. There's a moment. The door opens, and who would be there but Scarlet? Oh, hi! Darlings! Pleasure to see you. Come on in. Yeah.
You are in good spirits.
I have to be right now. Someone's got to keep their spirits up. I mean, and she gestures back to where there is a room of about 12 men, 8 of which are in some form of distress. One of them is like just still like as bad as Scarlet was earlier, like tearing. This is, you can tell on first glance, probably the Vinny. He's the only one in here that's like kind of going bald, and that was how she described him. He is maybe the most distressed, but all of them are some level of distressed. I have to keep in good spirits. Don't worry, right now I'm making some lovely cakes and the like to get everyone's spirits up. I've got a great helping hand. She gestures over to where you can see. By the way, the layout of this house is very interesting. It's like if it's like if 60s grandma went open floor plan.
Okay.
It's kind of like it's there's not very many walls per se other than what's necessary for load bearing, and they are load bearing because you're pretty sure they are bearing several fucking with that secondary house. But like other than that, like it's a low countertop between the living room and the kitchen. In the kitchen, you can see that helping in the kitchen, there's Papa Claw.
Yep,
He has been put into an apron that is very, very it's very good slimming for his figure. Good pinstripe apron, actually. But you can see him. He appears to be making some kind of large pot of stew because when you have a lot of people that you're trying to feed, pots of soup and stew are great standbys. And as he sees you at the door, he kind of just waves. You can smell both the cake and what's that? You think you can smell your dad's cornbread.
It's gonna be very difficult not to just stay. Yeah, so Scarlet, we were hoping that perhaps we could talk to your cousin Vinny who lost his fish cart just to see if he can give us any other insight into what may have happened.
Oh, sure, darling. Absolutely. Let me just get him a little more presentable. And she kind of goes over, and they like all of them like kind of look up as she yells that. But as soon as they see that she's directed towards the weeping one, she kind of comes over. Pull yourself together. There are some lovely people here who are here to help you get your fish caught back. So come on. She starts Edna mode and get yourself together. And kind of Vinny is like.
Remind me not to piss off Scarlet at any point.
Yeah, that is a good point.
I'm good. Thank you, cuz. Good lord, I haven't seen you cry this much since that witch cursed your dick. Come on.
Excellent.
If all else fails, I can maybe help with that.
Can
Very
you?
quietly, so no one else can hear except for Asher.
Can you actually?
I don't know.
Okay, fair. Don't know if you can ask Rick for help on that one. So
this Vinny kind of approaches you. He's an average sized man with average sized. He's got a slightly smaller than average eyes, a comb over a slightly balding head, but very fit, as you'd expect from someone who probably works on the docks all day, pushing around a cart. He looks very in shape.
Hello?
Hello. Sorry, I'm a bit, it's been a rough day.
can see that. Hoping we could chat with you about what happened, if it's not too much trouble. Just anything you may have seen or heard or experienced.
You see him, like tightening his resolve, like building it up to make sure that he doesn't start crying again. Sure. Yeah. I can do that.
I believe in you. You've got this.
Do you recall leading up to when it was stolen? Anyone or anything strange around your cart? People lingering and watching, or like maybe a feeling on the back of your neck, like something is there that you cannot see?
Now that you mention it, maybe for the last few days, yeah, there's been something a bit unsettling, but that's normal at the docks. I mean, you know what Doskval is like, and you know what the ocean is like. There's some unsettling things out there and in here, so like you get used to it. It's Doskval. Hey, forget about it.
What kind of unsettling would you say it was?
The normal kind, Doskval standard, hairs on the back of your neck stand up, a bit of a weird chill passes over you at times.
Taste of salt water in your mouth?
That's just constant when you work in the docks, honestly.
But like different. Like instead of the salt water on the ocean, like from the breeze, kind of like you like drank a glass of it for breakfast.
Kind of, maybe. It is definitely maybe a bit stronger the last day or two. Yeah, I'll give you that. Something like that.
What happened when your car went missing? What were you doing? What?
It was a lunch break, you know? It's I did your typical work days. 2 hours on, take an hour, go get a glass of white wine, another 2 hours on, take a mask, go get an aperitivo, go get some lunch, take a nap for 2 hours, come back, do work for 2 more hours, go get a drink at the bar with some of the friends, and come back, work for 2 more hours, go home, have dinner, go to bed.
I have been working an incorrect schedule my entire life.
So have I, apparently.
I don't take nearly as many breaks.
Oh, my.
Side note, this is the very real Italian work schedule.
Yeah. Jealous.
Mine has been sufficiently less alcohol, apparently, than that, so.
You're not doing it right then. Who
Clearly
can
not.
get through a workday without alcohol? Speaking of which, at which point Scarlet brings him over like a glass of limoncello.
So Your lunch is about an hour, yeah? Ish.
Well, no, there's the hour you go for the drink with friends, and then there's an hour for the lunch, and then you take a 2-hour nap, and then you go back to work.
So 3 hours.
So about a 4-hour,
4, yeah.
3 to 4 hour spent space of time where it was stolen.
Sure, yeah. But, I always make sure that the cart's locked up, everything's good, nobody wants to take... I mean, I thought nobody wanted to take my cart.
What do you use to lock it?
A padlock.
Was it also taken or broken or in some way when
The
you
whole
got there?
thing's gone.
Okay.
Everything.
Do you still have the key?
And it pulls out like a tiny like key. And when that doesn't work, he pulls out a set of lockpicks. Sometimes it gets stuck.
Fair.
It's duskfall.
Has there been anybody strange around your booth lately? Anybody spending too much time lingering around?
Gotta be honest. Normal people would be strange in my booth.
Oh.
Has there been anyone like belligerent, particularly angry?
Nothing outside the normal couple of sailors that come on a bit tipsy when they're on shore leave, kind of a thing. They can get a bit angry drunk sometime, but you shove some fish in their mouth and they usually shut up and go on their way. Speaking, that reminds me, at which point, Scarlet comes over and hands both of you glasses of white wine.
Danke.
Okay. Right.
You see at this point that the Vinnies are like, they all have a glass of something in their hands at this point as they're like talking with each other. You get the sense that this is normal. This is the standard.
Okay, this is suddenly thinking we went to the right place to find something.
Yeah.
Even if it is just a glass of wine. Do you know of anybody else that's been suffering similar issues around the docks lately?
I didn't think it would hit me since my fish are all cooked, but, some raw crab got stolen off Joe and Jill's.
Mhm.
There was a bundle of ship that got stuff off of one of the tankers.
Yeah.
Just some weird things, but, always seems to be going after the raw stuff, so I didn't think it'd affect me. Especially since, fish cooked raw is gonna spoil pretty quick, but,
Yeah.
Has the water been different lately? Like murkier or maybe
it's...
thicker?
Have you looked at the ocean? The ocean is like a sea of night. It is black as pitch and with stars through it.
Yeah.
Trying to find it murky is...
I just wonder
Really?
if something has swum in from further out and is hungry. Because if it is specifically stealing fish, raw or cooked or otherwise.
That's true.
I didn't think of that. Possibly something came down the channel and got down into Northhook Channel, something that's larger and isn't supposed to be there and was looking for something to eat. I guess that is a possibility.
Because if it was a person that stole your cart, feasibly by now you would have either received some sort of ransom information or you would hear talk of someone else selling the fish that you would have been selling. There's no point to steal a business and then not make money off of it. I hate that I said that. Please kill me later.
Noted.
At this point in the conversation, there is the Papa Claw. You hear Papa Claw go, "Stew's up!" and hits a bell. Ding, 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 ding. And as the bell hits, you hear a rumbling from above you. a slight shaking. And as you go and poke your head out the front door, you see a cavalcade of Vinnies pouring out of the upper house. down this stairs. Like, more than this staircase should reasonably support in all of its very flimsy going hop, 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 hop. Just like 8 of them. You don't know how this thing is still standing. As they all pour into the room, and stew and cornbread just start getting doled out. And somehow, in the midst of all this, Crow and Asher, you found yourselves sitting, like shoved and sitting on a couch between like 3 Vinnies, holding your own bowls of stew with like a thick piece of cornbread and a nice like very soft what is this? Social pecan? Something kind of cake thing. It's a very like milk bread cake thing. That is just left for you here as you're like squeezed in amongst what is now probably upwards of 20 Vinnies and a Scarlet. You have never heard so many people talk so fast and so emphatically with their hands as you have today amidst these Vinnies.
I think we're trapped.
We are not leaving here, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Well, good luck to our friends, I guess.
I guess so. At least the cornbread's gonna be good.
Your father is a remarkable cook.
So, and as you're sitting there, one of the Vinnies, like, one of the Vinnies kind of leans over towards Crow. Is a younger Vinny with like hair very curled and like tousled in like a neat way with the sides shaved down, kind of over sideways. Where you come from? Good looking?
Do you mean where I live or where do I come from? They're different.
Well, why not both? Sounds like a story.
Oh, well, I'm sure you can tell where I come from. And, like, Crow's eyes are always changing color, but if they want to, they can force them to change color. And so Z, like, runs them through the, like, full spectra of the rainbow before sliding them back to whatever color they're on.
Yeah. That's fair.
I was born up in Tykeros, but I live over in Charter Hall. I work at the university.
Damn. Very nice. I guess maybe the better question is where you're going, and is it home with me tonight?
Maybe.
So upstairs.
Upstairs.
Oh, no. I actually live down on the south side of Crowsfoot.
Oh. I was going to say, I don't know that I can make it up those stairs. They seem very dangerous.
Oh, it's okay. I'm stronger than I look. I could carry you.
Oh. Well.
Asher just enjoying this on the other side of Crow.
Well.
Fun.
I am a little bit occupied. I have promised that I will help find your cousin's cat, but I don't have plans outside of that. So, if you are not busy and I find myself available,
then I certainly won't say no to a coffee. There's this lovely little coffee place down on South Charter Hall, actually, now that I think about it.
Crow also has business cards because they're a professor. And so Crow will pull one of his business cards out of his like little like pocketbook thing and hand it over.
This Vinny will look at it and go, "Professor, very impressive." He'll take it and will actually hand you his own business card. At which point you see that his name, his full name on here is Veneer. And Veneer, he, according to his business card, he runs. You know, it's vague. You get the sense that it's probably mildly illegal, He might run a smuggling business, but it does appear to be some kind of trade corporation, is what it's under the umbrella of.
You trade in anything fun?
Lots of fun things. Lots and lots of fun things. Not fish, unfortunately, since that seems to be what you're looking into. But
Today I
today.
am looking into
Today.
fish.
But if you like antiques, then I promise that I can definitely give you some wood.
I'm quite fond of both of those things.
Well, like I said, you can find me and my business on the south side of Crowsfoot. And since you work in Charterhall, like I said, there's a great coffee shop down there.
Well, how about I drop by sometime?
I'll look forward to it. But I think that will do it on our gathering information. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. And when we get back, we'll be rolling into our engagement role, what our group's plan is, how they're going to go about it. So stay tuned for that. But see you in 5 to 10, folks. And we're back. So, when last we left off, the gathering information rolls had gone phenomenally. People went to see some Vinnies and then some more Vinnies. Crabs were obtained, and a trail into a storm drain was found. So, putting all these clues together, we find our band of scoundrels, our consortium of thieves, our cohort of padres of crime. I ran out of fucking. I also lost alliteration. That's the word.
Cohort of crime boys.
It's like the Ghoul Boys, but it's the Crime Boys. So we find ourselves back in the lower levels in the hideout beneath Crow's house with a fresh pot of steamed crab being passed around to the group, as well as a very insistent, the Vinnies, they're very giving, so that you've just also got a bottle of limoncello that you were given on the way out the door. So you're having a crab feast while going over the clues that y'all found. But the real question here that we need to get into then is the engagement roll, because I assume we're going down the storm drain. That's kind of what I got, but if not, tell me otherwise.
Yeah,
Well,
I
we
think
know the
that's-
route.
Yeah. I think that's what we're doing.
So, what we need to talk about then is what kind of plan is this? We're going down the storm drain, but how? Is this it's not a transport plan. Not bad.
We were all hoping.
Transport.
Because, there's multiple entrances to storm drains in
Yeah.
Dustfall. There's the usual, like the ones like the grates you find in, city streets that you pull up, you go down them. There's where the storm drain enters or exits into the ocean if you just want to walk up a pipe. No, that's pretty much it. The real question is how you're doing this and what do you think you're doing. Is this going to be an assault plan? Are you just going into the storm drain, guns a-blazing? Is this deception? Are you tricking or manipulating your way into the storm drain? How are you going to seduce this storm drain into opening for you?
Listen.
My, what lovely metallic sheen you have this evening.
You have many skills. That could easily be one of them.
Is this a stealth plan? Are we sneaking into the drain? And is this an occult plan? Are we calling on the forces that be in order to guide us towards the future of the storm drain? Or is this a social plan? Are we persuading the storm drain to please let us in?
Pretty please.
So I get that typically we're not like a full assault team type of thing, but I think assault team would just be a lot of fun for this type
slug
of
heist,
thing.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a plan in which this is the lowest stakes we're ever gonna have is the best time to do an assault plan, because
So true.
Chip is the only person we have who can actually hit things.
It's fine. I'm working on my aim, okay?
Okay! Assault! Finally! We have an assault plan! We've gone, on the record, 11 episodes and a session 0 with no assault plans ever. Or transport plans, but we don't talk about that.
We did a transport plan one shot,
Transport?
kinda.
That was a one shot. That was a one shot. That was a streamed one shot. All right.
That was an adventure.
So the question with a assault plan, which is the plan to do violence to a target, what is the point of attack? Are we going down the storm drain, guns blazing? Are we running up the storm drain, guns blazing? Are we using a bomb to blow a hole into the storm drain, guns blazing?
Return of coffee with bomb.
Yes, excellent.
I mean, I don't know if we should do the bomb because we don't want to destroy the cart.
Yeah.
As fun as it does sound.
Or
Yeah.
the sewer system. I also don't want to
We
destroy
probably
the
shouldn't-
sewer system.
Yeah. So I think going in through either down into the sewers or we go through the storm drain, like the big place where it opens out into.
I don't know if y'all are looking at the Roll20, but the Ministry of Preservation that's in charge of public infrastructure already doesn't like you. Like,
It's fine.
I can't imagine why.
It's fine. Nah, we got room for 2 more times to piss them off before we go
True.
into war.
So yeah, it's fine. We're good.
I will say it might be better to go in from the storm drain side because there's probably a trail, like a trail of calcium leading to it.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah.
Also, entering from where it exits into the ocean means that if something goes wrong, we will go into the ocean, which is not the best.
Okay.
all right. So the point of attack is made. So it's time to no. It's time to roll the engagement roll. So
Activate
with
my
the
trap
engagement
card?
roll,
With a Trap card? Can we have a trap card? Trap card?
Asher is the trap card.
Yes.
So, is this operation particularly bold or daring? Normally it'd just be like, we're going in a storm drain. We don't know what's down there. Fuck it. But since we have chosen to go the assault plan, I would call this bold or daring. Sure, let's do it. Is it overly complex or contingent on many factors? No. It's go in the storm drain, find what took the cart, and do violence upon it. That's about as simple as a plan ever gets. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target? I mean, not really. It's a storm drain. The plan's like, this is the point of entry, the point of attack. It's not necessarily any weaker here. This is how it gets in. It's like going in the front door. Is it strong against this approach? Again, probably not really. We're still at 1 die here. Can any of your friends, contacts provide aid for this? Well, yes, the Vinnies are providing their aid in this case. They have given you all of that they can to provide this information and the like. Are there any enemies or rivals interfering in the operation? No.
I can't believe the Kindled are coming in to disrupt the sewers.
I can't.
No.
Archie wouldn't be caught dead in a sewer.
No.
None of your enemies or rivals are coming in to interfere with your plan to rescue Vinny's fish cart.
Lost on
So-
their part.
Are there any other elements I want to consider? Are they a lower tier target that would give you a +1 die, or a higher tier target -1 die, or any other difficult things that might make this situation more difficult? I am going to take away a die for reasons you don't know.
Rude.
Great.
Always love it to do that thing, but there's wow, huh, that's
So there's actually 3 things that have been stealing fish, crab, and the cart.
So we're
yeah.
dying today.
we are
Wow.
starting in a desperate position. That's just going to call that
Hilarious.
unfortunate.
Uh-huh.
And you look at all of you, and what are we declaring for our loadouts? I'm assuming you're going in full, like you're going to war, since this is an assault plan anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except for apparently Tristero, because he's boring.
I'm going normal, but everyone else is going heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Now, out of spite, I will be staying normal.
Wow.
I have something to prove now.
Chip's going heavy.
Asher went heavy.
Good. Great. Okay. So we find ourselves starting in a desperate position. The desperate position being that, Chip, you like kind of half pulled a muscle in your neck when you were pulling the storm drain out. It's fine. You just need to rub it a bit, maybe get some like menthol rub on there, but like
Oils.
Yeah, some all natural kind of essential oils. No, that's not the real desperate position we're starting in. The real desperate position we're starting in is we find ourselves in Media Res in the sewer system itself. You have been walking for not that long, maybe a quarter of a mile off of where you first entered, following what has begun to crystallize more and more and is becoming more and more visible of this calcium-like trail. Unfortunately, as you're getting to the area you are, it's becoming less. There's becoming a more calcium trail all around you and less clear ground. And as you're having these kind of this walks and you're seeing this, the desperate position we're starting in is that you see that in this calcium trail, there are these white barnacle things that have started to form. And as you're walking, hands made of shadow start arcing out of these barnacles and making desperate grabs at you. What are you all doing?
Let's look at my equipment.
So sorry for my clarification. The hands are coming out of the barnacle things?
Yeah, so in this calcified trail that is now lining large portions of this sewer, there are these barnacle-like growths that have formed in a very typical barnacle fashion where they look kind of like a volcano crater. And from the inside of those barnacles, instead of the usual sticky barnacle thing that is in there, it is instead a semi-corporeal, shadowy hand that is making desperate grabs at you.
So Chip is probably just gonna take out a plate or two from the inventory, and start double swinging at the shadow hands.
Okay.
I do have Ghost Fighter.
You do have Ghost Fighter, which means you have potency in combat versus the supernatural and can grapple with spears to restrain them. So go ahead, make me a skirmish roll. And because you have potency, you are in a desperate, great position. So mark an XP in prowess and start trying to beat the shit out of these ghost hands. You are desperate great. Your devil's bargain is that they are getting a bit handsy, which is to say that your devil's bargain is you get a bonus die, but you have to knock your load back down to normal because they steal something from your waistband.
Ooh.
I didn't need it.
You did not need it. That is a 6. Y'all watch as Chip is a flurry of blades. Like, it's like switchblades, butterfly knives, just like going in and out, and just like you're watching them like eviscerating some of these ghost hands. You are, Chip, single-handedly taking on a good number of these, especially since you have like experience with that, but unless you choose to push yourself for them not to be trifled with, you can't take all of them yourself.
Chip probably won't do that yet. But as they're doing it, they're gonna yell, "I'm working on a new act."
It's looking great. Looking real good from back here.
Yeah, this is very good.
All right. There still are a fair number of hands, though, reaching for the rest of you.
I'm going to take out my lightning hook, and I want to see if I can hook it into one of them and pull it all the way out of the barnacle.
Okay. Sure.
I want to see what we're dealing with.
That sounds vaguely Attune-esque.
Thank you.
It does. It's somewhere riding the line between Attune and Skirmish is the thing.
I would love it if it was Attune.
And make me an argument for why it is Attune here.
Because less so am I like pulling physically with the lightning hook. I'm more pulling in like a spiritual sense to like see its full form metaphysically.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make me an attune roll.
Desperate. Do you have a devil's bargain for me?
I definitely do. And that devil's bargain is that while you are pulling one of these things out, another one of them gets a hand latching onto the back of your hair, and starts like pulling and dragging you against a wall. So you will be trapped, like unable to like escape against the wall, but
Fine with that.
okay. Yeah.
I am going to, instead of using that for a die, I'm going to use it to change it from limited to standard. Because
Okay.
I'm still injured, so.
You are still injured.
It's a 4.
Is it 4? Okay. So there is a success. However, the consequence that you have to try to resist is the consequence for you to resist is that you do pull, and you pull hard, maybe too hard. That's the problem. You need to try to resist the consequence of discorporating this thing and getting less information than you would have gotten.
Is that resolve or insight?
That is resolve.
That is 360.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
6, 6, 6. That's the number of the beast. No, you get to reduce the stress now.
Woo!
Because that's what happens when you crit on a stress on a resist roll. So take a stress off as you yank this thing out and like perfectly like display it. So what you have found, what you have discovered is the ghostly equivalent of minnows to a shark. This is the bottom feeder equivalent of the things that will swim, like remoraid's that will like attach themselves to the bottom of sharks, that will eat the excess food that spills out of a shark's mouth when it is chewing, that will go in between and like clean its teeth. This is the incorporeal version of that. These are suckerfish that thrive on the scraps of what's left behind by bigger things.
That is fascinating. Is this the kind of thing I can put into a spirit bottle or no?
Not really. It's
Okay.
not. The thing is, it's just not enough of it. This is.
Okay.
It's less the fish metaphor doesn't, it kind of falls apart here because this isn't really its own thing.
Okay.
It's these things, if it was on its own, it'd just fade away. The only reason that these exist all together as they do is because of a sort of collective consciousness between them that is sustaining them.
Can't
But
bring anything
you
fun
are
home.
you are grabbed and yanked
Oh yeah.
by your hair and pinned against a wall. Maybe that's where the reduce of stress goes in. Haven't had someone do that to you in a while.
It's been a while.
But you get you are currently pinned against the wall. You don't really care though, because you're like, this is fascinating. As you're like
Yeah.
looking at the thing on your hook and just like standing there. There's like 3 other hands now that are like coming down to like wrap you and like pin you to the wall, but you're just like, this is interesting. I'm fine.
I'm so normal.
I just want to start shooting.
All right. Asher just
We're seeing this as a good opportunity for target practice to get better at shooting my gun.
All right. Asher, you are going to start shooting. Now,
Yeah.
Asher, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have the Ghost Fighter ability.
No, why would I?
So, no, why would you? So,
I
you're
mean,
not...
like the barnacles specifically, because I'm making the assumption that if I break their home, then they're gonna fucking die without it, right?
Okay, so you're aiming at the barnacle specifically. All right,
Yes.
so that's trying to think what that would be. I'll call that finesse for your benefit.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Um,
And I'm going to be changing. I know we're in desperate, but I'm going to be changing from great to standard because I'm still injured.
why would you be great? You would just be standard here anyway.
Oh, then I got to do. Okay, can I use a die to switch it so it's at least standard?
You can either
Okay.
push yourself or you could take a devil's bargain
What's
to
the
do
devil's
that.
bargain? I haven't played this in a while.
Yeah. Devil's bargain is that. You run out of ammo in this pistol.
Yeah, sure. I think it's funny. I can pull out a second pistol. I came heavy. I loaded. Took a lot of it with me, so yeah. So then at least I can do standard.
Yeah. All right, so you'll be desperate standard. Don't forget to be marking this XP in these various things that you're doing.
Hey!
Hey, let's be the money. No, all right. So you pull out a gun, start taking out like various barnacles themselves, and as you shatter the barnacles, the like hands that kind of like were in there kind of just fade away like with a.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
Start going to pieces. So between you and Chip right now, you're putting a good dent in these things.
Cool.
Tristero.
Huh. So
Not
I'm
a
not-
lot of them left, I will say. Most of the ones that do remain are currently like wrapping around Crow.
you said they have like
I've accepted my fate and I am just incorporating into the wall.
just to be sure, there is absolutely nothing of monetary value coming from these barnacles.
No, these are not Duskfall oyster thing, fucking whatever they are with the pearls in them.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing of monetary value in these things.
Cool. Good time to test something. I would like to attune. Basically, what I want to do is take the music I am hearing from all around and just basically hit the hive mind with it and just make it kind of flip out and let go of Crow.
Interesting. I like that. Okay, let's give it a try. Give me an attune roll. This is, you're still desperate standard,
Mhm.
is what I will say for this. The Devil's Bargain here is Devil's
lost.
Bargain here is
I was going to say, I get lost in the sound of the ocean. Like, it just kind of feeds back, and all I'm hearing is, like, whale sounds.
Oh, I was gonna say you ring your own bell, actually. Is the equivalent of like someone smacking you on the side of the head a bit. With the music, and you will take a stress just from the sound.
No, that's fine. I like that. That sounds good. So I will roll with the +1 die, and I rolled 6 too.
A lot of 6s right now, where it probably doesn't matter. But yeah, you do a pretty good job. The sound of the music, it kind of hits Crow. It washes over you, and you get the brush with it itself as it does. But as these hands kind of like get hit, they all kind of go, and then kind of all, they don't fade away. It's more like they all go kind of limp and then retract back into the barnacles.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good time to test some ideas and make the best of what a worse situation is.
It's okay, buddy. We got you.
Can I take a knife and like just chip one of these off the wall and keep it? I want to study it.
Sure, you absolutely can do that. You take a knife and you kind of carve one of the barnacles off the wall, and you drop it into like a beaker with a cork and kind of wrap it up in a cloth and stick it in your bag. But otherwise, most of them have been dealt with, and enough of them that the rest will leave you alone here. But you managed to, through a series of very good rolls, so there was no drama in this whatsoever, just kind of get through these barnacle. All right. Moving on, though, and pushing further and further into the sewer system, there is something that starts to echo. Something that starts to hit your ears, reverberating off an enclosed space of this nature, as you'd probably expect. A very dull, kind of crunching sound. What's being crunched is kind of hard to tell. There's just the crunching. Moving forward, and I will be honest, y'all went with the assault plan, so I'm going to take a wild guess that you're not sneaking. It's a dead straight sewer system anyway.
Yeah.
You find yourselves face to face with what can only be described as what you'd assume to be the fish thief, probably. If the crunched up, mangled remnants of the cart that it's eating is anything to go by, you'd assume that it is the fish thief. Now, for describing this thing, it's a bit difficult because for the lot of you, as you look upon this thing, there are parts of it that just, as you're looking at one part of it, other bits of it you can't really see, almost like they stop being perceptible. It's almost impossible to look at the whole thing as it exists in a way, but you're able to piece together in your mind this calcified, shelled-backed thing with the barnacles growing on the shell kind of coming off of it. The face, at first glance, looks reptilian, but it's not. And you realize that there are human traits to it as well. Except it's as though a human had been given features akin to a shark. The many rows of teeth and the split jaw that's been kind of pulled out. The skin that looks not scaly, but rough. The vaguely incorporeal and then corporeal again nature of its 8 clawed arms and massive, I would call it almost turtle-like legs, and whipping out behind it a much more reptilian style tail, almost crocodile-esque in its way. But it is off and on again semi-corporeal. And I need Chip. I need everyone except Tristero, because you all have pretty close connections to the ghost field, except for our resident bastard man. To roll me some attune rolls. There's no consequence to this. This is more a matter of how well you are perceiving what it is you're looking at.
Are these still desperate?
I mean, it's still desperate, yes. So it's treat this a little bit more like a gather information, but you'll still get the XP for it.
Okay.
Just roll attune, all of you, please.
6.
6. 3. So, as a collective, there's no consequence here or anything, so don't worry, Chip. But the as you are looking over this thing, Chip, what you see It's a monster. Oh boy.
Yeah, Chip's just thinking about attacking. They don't care anything
It's-
else.
It's a monster. There's shit to do. We need to do shit. But for Crow and Asher, who have had a bit more intimate dealings with creatures that actually make their homes in and above and around the between in the ghost field and know the feeling of them and are now subjected to the full force in some respects of this thing's presence. You realize that what you are looking at could be best described almost as the embryo of a demon. This is a demon that has not yet formed, that has not yet come into its power. It seems to be harbored around the fear that is adjacent to the ocean, that the inherent fear that has to do with something as overwhelming as, in this case, based on what this thing looks like, specifically the creatures in the ocean. Like, this is a very minor manifestation of a fear of specifically the creatures and not just the overwhelming presence of the ocean itself. It is a monster. It is a dangerous monster, to say the least. But it is a demon that has not yet formed a consciousness. The best you can tell is that a lot of ambient fear and strife and distress of what is happening in Duskfall latched onto a ghost. And that ghost itself partially probably got latched onto by another ghost that wasn't human. By the looks of it, probably some kind of oceanic sea creature. And that has created this amalgamation of fear and creatures in the ocean and has created this creature that is so desperate for food, basically for fish, because that's where its primal instincts are still based. Because it hasn't yet awakened to its demonic senses and powers. It is just on the cusp of becoming a true monstrosity and threat. That said, it's still a very dangerous threat. And one that is now very, very aware of your existence in front of it. And as it finishes crunching the cart that it stole, and that falls from its jaws at its feet, it looks at you and lets out a bellowing kind of roar that sounds like the song of a mating whale in the depths of the ocean. And it's probably gonna charge. So, what are we all doing?
Chip is gonna pop a rage thingy. What was it again? The rage essence vial and attack.
A rage essence vial. I don't think that I have ever had anyone in the history of playing this game pop a rage essence vial. So I need to go check what that does.
I already pulled it up. It's in chat.
It is in chat, is it? A single dose, which greatly enhances the user's strength, resistance to pain, and final aggression. So will modify your position accordingly. Fight on a rage essence. Also, you suffer 2 consequences: can't tell friend from foe, and can't stop until they're all broken. You may resist these as usual. All right, so we'll start with that, Chip. Starting with those consequences, you have to resist. If you choose to resist them, you don't have to. If you'd like to, you could just say that you can't tell friend from foe, and that you can't stop until they're all broken.
So they won't resist the can't stop until they're all broken. They'll resist the can't tell friend from foe. People are already hurt.
Okay.
Prowess resist?
insight resist.
Insight resist. Really? Okay.
Yeah. This is an insight resist because it's your ability to tell the difference between enemy and friend.
Mm.
Oh, hey, cool.
You take no stress. All right. So, Chip pops a potion of a clear green, a Hulk green liquid, that slides down their throat, and the veins in their neck start to turn a colorful shade of purple, as well as the veins in their arm, as you see power course through them. And we will be modifying your position and your effect accordingly, as you said, what do you want to do to this thing?
Just attack it. Just go for it.
All right. How are you attacking it? Is this a like skirmish of like we're just going in for like the tussle, the fight kind of fight? Or is this a wreck?
Probably like still using the 2 blades that they had before. Like
Okay. So more of a
Lance Van
skirmish.
Dyson. Yeah.
All right. So because of your rage potion, you are no longer, at least for this roll, you're at least not starting in a desperate position. You'll be back to standard, and your effect. Well, this thing isn't good. You'll be an extreme effect because of your ghost fighter. I just realized you're at the standard extreme.
Okay, so standard is desperate. No, controlled.
No, standard. They're risky.
Okay.
Risky extreme.
Okay. Thank you. Any devil's bargain?
Sure. In the effects of your rage potion and the energy that it has thus given you, and your own incredible flexibility in combat, you have mounted this thing's back and are kind of yippee-ki-yay fighting this thing, which means that you might be in range to get hit by anything that your friends do. That's my devil's bargain.
Yeah. I mean, you got to.
Okay.
You gotta write
Yippee-ki-yay,
these.
motherfucker.
Okay.
That is a 5. So, you do with an extreme effect. You fucking get up there, blades up, you're on its back, and you start just like tearing into this thing's shoulders and at its head, at the back of its head, things like things. It's like screaming and clawing and bucking around. And in that, the consequence for you to resist is, in fact, a straight up just claw, one of its claws of its 8 arms of the 2 top ones that are pulling at you, just coming across your chest for a level 1 harm scratch.
Question, because I have a new ability. Am
Answer.
I able to react fast enough to offer to basically protect Chip in that moment by like deflecting it or like giving Chip an extra push out of the way?
You protect. They're on top of the. They took the devil's bargain to be on top of the thing, so no.
You could
can't
distract
push them.
it, maybe.
You could distract it.
Okay.
So you want to use Mama Bear?
I want to use Mama Bear.
Okay, yeah, you can absolutely do that to protect another member of the crew. Get a +1 die to the resistance roll.
All right.
If Chip's okay with that.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet.
Okay.
What am I rolling for the resist? Is it?
It's a prowess resist.
Got it. All right, and of course we were forging the fire, and I took another +1 for Mama Bear.
This is so many dice. Oh god, there's the 1 6 in there amidst all of those 3s and 1s. That is so funny.
Now,
all right, so you take no stress.
There is a bonus thing. If the source of the consequence you are protecting a crew member from has a clock, you can also choose to take 1 segment. I have a question, Jamie. Does this thing have a clock?
It has a health clock.
Oh. Damn. Not the clock I want to take.
You can't see it, but it does have a health clock.
All right.
All right. So that was dramatic as Tristero kind of as this thing starts to paw at Chip on its back as Chip is like attacking with the blades. Tristero kind of just pulls out a gun and goes, and just the echo in the sewer is enough to distract it and ring its bell enough that it loses its focus and was missed attacking Chip. What's everyone else doing?
So I think what Asher's gonna do is pull out a couple of blades, and this thing had something that resembled kind of legs, right?
Yeah, it has two large turtle-like legs.
Yeah, we are going to attempt to see if we can't sneak, like stealthy sort of up to it and tear out what in theory would be the Achilles tendon to make it fall down.
Sure, you can absolutely do that. You are going to be in a desperate, limited position for that.
Yeah, I know. Fine.
Because this thing is, one, semi-corporeal, it doesn't really have tendons. And two, sneaking up on it in a enclosed hall is difficult.
Yeah.
So if you want to do this, absolutely. It would be a prowl roll, desperate, limited.
Cool. We're gonna try. It's worth a shot. Ooh, that was not good. It's fine.
Yeah, that's so you go up, and as you are like going to slice at the tendons, excuse me, the tendon is no longer there.
Yeah.
Partially because it's incorporeal, partially because the foot was picked up and is now going to step on you unless you choose to resist that.
I will choose to resist.
Cool. The resistance roll to that would be an insight.
Cool.
Because you is dodging out of the way.
Perfect. I got a 6.
Where's the drama, people? Where's the combat?
Chip
Only
is riding a monster.
Yeah,
that
what
is
do you
drama.
want?
The lowest stress score we've ever been on.
Anyway, Silas.
All I'm
Crow has been having some personal issues lately about how many ghosts are suffering because of everything that's happening. Just the sheer amount of stress and everything that happens in Duskfall, and this is just another like example of how everything that's happened is hurting not just the living people but the extracorporeal ones as well. And so in an attempt to like get at least maybe the ghost into a state where Crow can speak to it, they're going to use their World Walker ability and split this thing from the ghost field momentarily.
Okay. World Walker is an ability that Crow got by drinking that vial of fucking
Kindling.
yeah, kindling. So you can definitely do that. You can definitely try. So push yourselves to take 2 stress.
Yeah.
And you're doing the specifically one that is
Shock someone's soul.
shock someone's soul to render them temporarily disconnected from their ghost field senses. But you're doing that specifically to an almost demon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think I'm going to have to call for an attune roll on this.
Yeah, that's fair.
For just like how well it goes.
Can you give me a devil's bargain?
Yeah. Yeah, I can give you a devil's bargain. I have 2, one of which requires the consent of another player. The first one is that you also shock Chip. We look at Mariah. Mariah's okay with that one. The alternative is that disconnecting it from the ghost field, this thing will latch onto the nearest source of supernatural energy to sustain itself, which means disconnecting it from the ghost field will reconnect itself to you.
Mariah, are you okay if I take the first one? Okay. I will take the first one. I don't think anything should be latching onto Crow. That seems dangerous.
Okay. So, that's your devil's bargain, is roll me...
I'm going to use Yeah, I'm going to use that to up it from limited to standard, so no bonus dice. That's a 5.
It's a 5. Okay. So, first things first, because this is the devil's bargain, and Mariah considered this. Mariah, for the next 15 minutes, Chip cannot make attune rolls, cannot access the ghost field, and is disconnected from that sense of electricity that they've always had inside their body.
Does that also remove Ghost Fighter then?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
This thing's no longer a ghost.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't matter.
For Silas,
Mm-hmm.
what you have done is you have rendered this thing horrifyingly corporeal. You have made this thing deeply, deeply disturbed, both physically and mentally, in that it cannot access essentially itself, its wider existence, its you have managed to render this thing a feeling of incompleteness. You have taken the child away from its mother's arms. You have created a thing that is now very, very, very easy for anyone to hurt. It is corporeal. It is no longer dealing with a ghost, at least for the next, or a ghost-like thing for the next 15 minutes. But it is also very, very angry and very, very unhappy. And, of course, the consequence of your actions, because you did roll a 5, is that anger is very, very currently directed at you. And the consequence for you to resist is getting punted.
Okay. It's a prowess resist, yeah?
That's a prowess resist, Crow. Yeah.
I'll make it. We'll see how it goes.
I was gonna say I can also step in and protect if needed. I am the mama bear.
I don't want you to have to do it again this round.
High risk, high reward.
I mean, Chip could do it too.
Hey.
You already took so much. I will do it. It is okay.
I was going to say, I can't help.
You will not get punted, and thus will not get level 2 harm, broken ribcage.
That's too stressed. That's fine.
That is too stress. All right. So you manage to duck and dodge out of the way as its leg comes up and tries to go across you. Tristero, you managed to get its attention away as it was about to take a swipe at Chip. What else are you doing?
I don't know if I have the same understanding of what Crow and Spectre have about this thing. I just know it's now horrifically in reality.
Yeah, it just kind of looks like a huge mutant snapping turtle with human eyes at this point. And 8 arms.
I don't know why my brain immediately defaulted to anime eyes for human eyes because of a different video.
No.
I feel like that's too cute for this monster.
Yeah. But I again just trying to kind of train that control of music thing. I kind of want to attune it and try to pacify it in a sense, just make it more sluggish. My original thought, if I actually knew what the fuck this thing was like, oh, if it's an amalgamation of fear, let's just remove the fear.
It's not an amalgamation of fear. It's just a thing that was
Born of it.
Born of it. The fears created it, and it's on the cusp of becoming something else. The fear is the womb that gave birth to the demon, kind of a thing. So, to my understanding, you're trying to discombobulate it with sound. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, especially with its lost connection to the ghost field. I wonder if that adds a little extra to it.
Okay, so are you trying to discombobulate it with the sound, or are you trying to replace the ghost field with the sound on this thing?
I was trying to discombobulate. I didn't realize I was saying two different things with that. My bad.
Yeah. You can discombobulate it with the sound, or you can try to use the sound as a replacement to the ghost field and see what the fuck that does.
That sounds
Like-
more interesting.
Like a white noise thing, simulating like the womb noises.
That's
Wasn't what I was thinking, but like,
funny. Yes.
okay, let's do that. That's definitely an attune roll. As you have disconnected this thing from the ghost field and now are trying to reconnect it to a different field of energy that is entirely different. Your devil's bargain. I know you want one.
Oh. I was trying to think what kind of music is it being replaced with. Some like the soothing sounds of the soothing children's
gonna say-
lullabies of Vinny.
I was gonna say that your devil's bargain is you can't control what kind of music.
Ooh, I can't take that. I will push myself. I've yet to
Making
expend
a
any
demon out
stress.
of jazz.
It's a shame because I was just gonna have start in this turtle head going, we're going around the clock tonight when the clock strikes one, we'll have some fun.
Now because you said that, yes, I will be taking that devil's bargain.
That was a joke. That was a joke. Don't do that. The sound of a Vinny barbershop quartet just starts playing in its ears.
I'll stick with my original push. I will be rolling with a +1. Desperate
Yep.
standard, right?
Desperate standard.
Sweet. There's a 6.
There's been a lot of 6s and they've all been nested in low numbers. I need that to be clear. All of these 6s have been nested on all sides by 3s and 1s and 2s, and it's just been the 6 alone. It's not been like a 6 with some 5s and 4s in there. No, it's everything 3 and below, and then a 6. All of these rolls that have had 6s. No, it's pretty effective actually. You encapsulate this thing, so you pushed yourself. So what kind of music are you actually?
I'm really kind of using this to push out, and I'm trying to find a oh fuck. There is over around not too far from Charles Hollow, there is a small family, and it is 2 mothers around 1 child, and they're both like singing a little lullaby to the kid. And it's just like a nice sweet song. And it's like kind of goofy. It's about like a star that burns so bright it burns out, but it's actually horrid, but really the tone of it's very sweet and soothing.
It's like Ring Around the Rosie or London Bridge is Falling Down,
Yeah.
kind of thing. It's like cute nursery rhyme. Oh, this is horrifying, actually. Okay, so yeah, and you can see this thing start to like kind of waver. It's still like fighting, but it's getting sluggish in its movements, and it's as you've replaced its a feeling of attachment to the ghost field with this song. It kind of starts doing like an almost crab dance, like. Chip, you're still on this thing's back, kind of getting racked back and forth. You've lost all connection to the ghost field. You feel maybe the emptiest you've ever felt in your life. The only thing you have is rage. What are you doing? As you're kind of going.
I mean, I feel like Chip may actually just be like kind of frozen, just like, well, what the hell's going on? Like, I have no clue what is happening here.
I don't understand. I feel like I don't feel anything.
I imagine a little like the only thing they feel is anger and then potentially motion sickness.
It's the motion of the ocean. Oh, my skin's getting dry. I better get some lotion.
Actually, I take that back. They are probably like they're still frozen. It's also because like they're taken back to where they grew up.
Okay.
And they're kind of having flashbacks to like going on and off like trade ships, like as part of that.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, I like it. Got so. I need then to know what Asher's doing, I guess. Because Asher, you tried to cut its tendons. It didn't have any. You were rolled out of the way of its foot. Now it does have tendons.
So try again. Once more with feeling.
Once more with feeling. Sure.
Okay. What am I rolling?
I mean, it's prowl again, probably in this case. A devil's bargain here.
Thank you, because I was gonna ask to see if I can at least make it go up.
The devil's bargain is that your devil's bargain is that because of how this thing is moving now, back and forth and back and forth, like you gotta get the timing right. So you have an increased chance of being stepped on as your consequence.
Yeah,
And-
okay, that's
and-
fair.
And it's kind of the difference between being stepped on kind of with intent and in this case being stepped on without intent.
Yeah.
And so just the amount of weight might be different.
Yeah. I will take that, so that way I can trade for a fact.
Okay. Give me that beautiful bean footage. That's a 4.
Ah,
A 4 is a success
yes.
with a consequence.
Yeah.
So you do manage to like stab, get a good stab into its
Yeah.
Achilles tendon at this point. You hear a boom as it goes down to one knee. Tip,
Yeah.
you're kind of like almost thrown off as it like tilts and goes down. The consequence of this, that should you choose to resist it, is in fact, however, being not stepped on, but like the full leg and knee and weight of this thing coming down on top of you.
Okay, I'm going to resist.
All right, that's a prowess resist.
Hey.
As a 6, you take no stress.
Love
As
this
you
for me.
roll out of the way, and Chip, as you're kind of like, you have the option here to either roll off this thing or try to right yourself and stay on top.
Yeah. So Chip is probably gonna try and like right themselves, but like I also imagine because like if it's is the creature like tipping over like all the way or just like part of the way?
It's like down on one knee kind of thing.
Okay. They're gonna try and hold on. They might try and move like closer to like new center. But they're gonna try and stay on still.
Okay, good. So then my question for you is that y'all have been really just destroying this thing. There's no contest at this point. How do we want to finish this thing off? Give me the scope of this. What's the plan here, gang? What are we doing? How are we bringing to an end and getting vengeance for Vinny's fish cart?
But it's definitely like mostly destroyed too, isn't it?
Vinny's fish cart is in pieces. This thing was like, it didn't understand the concept of a
Yeah.
cart, so it was chewing on the cart to get to the fish.
Yeah.
Can we like exercise it to put it at rest? Because I think if we simply beat it up, it won't go away. It will come back again, just in more pain.
Will it if it's not connected to the ghost field?
I suppose if you exercise something with no connection to the ghost field, it just ceases to exist. Which I still think is better than an existence of utter pain and torment.
Yeah.
Chip's gonna keep stabbing. Like Chip is like useless for planning at this point.
Chip's
Chip only knows rage.
Chip's not stopping you, but Chip is in fact not getting in your way either.
This thing kind of has like a mildly human face, yes. Not really, but like the Ish.
It's got human eyes. It's got
Just
human
human
eyes at this
eyes.
point is basically what it is. This is like if a human face got... What would happen if you took a human face and stretched it over a shark face?
Oh, well,
Moisturize me.
now I want to know what that looks like.
I don't, but
I
that's what it
don't.
looks like. Um,
I can't picture things.
Um,
Um,
I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to figure out if we could put a ghost contract on this thing to at least prevent it from attacking people. But it doesn't really have full consciousness yet. It's just hungry.
yeah,
it's just hungry.
I would have spoken to it if it could communicate, but it's not at that level yet.
It has less consciousness than that goat you were petting earlier.
I think
Putting
putting it
out
out
its
of its misery is the only option we have.
Yeah.
All right, so while Chip is continuing to stab, what is the plan for everyone else?
I would like to see if I can essentially not quite exercise it because it's not possessed or anything, but like almost like what I did to that man in the warehouse. Like if I can just burn it out of existence so it does not have to suffer anymore.
Okay. So we're talking maybe a modified last rites here.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know that Crow is probably leading the charge on that. What about Asher and Tristero? Are you doing anything to help? Do we want to make this a group role, or do we want to have like, or does someone want to take the help action, or are you going to do something else entirely?
I know for Tristero, they're of two minds right now. One is, can I at least find the Vinny's fish cart sign to give that to Vinny? And
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And if it's like in a safe enough spot, I'll probably end up helping out. But honestly, Crow is like demigod level.
Yeah.
So like I feel like they got this.
I'm happy to help however we think it might be best. It may just be literally like helping however I can with whatever I can attune when it comes down to the ghost field.
Okay. Well, if Asher wants to take the help action and
Yeah.
hold the incense,
Yeah, pretty much.
it's just like holding the candles and the incense. Asher, take a stress.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say that this is something akin to a ritual. So I want you to tell me, Crow, you need to tell me, what does this ritual accomplish? And what new fear does this ritual create in you?
This ritual accomplishes the act of sort of ending this creature's suffering via ending its existence. And the fear that comes from it is obvious. It is the fear that at the end, if there is nothing holding on to you, you stop existing entirely. And in the very back of Crow's mind, all of their work with the ghost field is of two minds of always like someday hoping he could perhaps see his mother, but also hoping that he never sees her and that she is at rest. But this is the third, more horrifying option, that because she died alone, there is nothing left of her. And it is this like all-consuming void that comes after.
Oof. Okay. And so with all those things kind of swirling in your mind, Crow, you concoct a ritual modified based on rituals passed down by spirit wardens and gondoliers, similar to the last rites that are used often to lay ghosts that have begun haunting and reduce them to ectoplasm and start enacting this ritual. I need an attune roll with a bonus die because you're getting help from Asher.
Is there a devil's bargain for me?
You will never be comfortable with the ocean again.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll take it. It'll make visiting my mother's grave very difficult. So I'm going to use one of those to up it back to standard from my limited and one as a bonus die. And here we go. It's a 4.
That is a 4. So, Chip, as you are on this thing's back, repeatedly hacking away at it, it slowly, like, from the one knee, descends forward and falls onto its stomach. And as it does, while stabbing, it begins to fade and waver underneath you until it gives way to becoming brackish salt water and tiny little crabs that all start scuttling off in dozens of different directions.
Is Chip still feeling the effects of the rage?
No, at that
Okay.
point you'd be.
Yeah.
It's been defeated, so the rage would.
Yeah, so I feel like Chip just kind of like then sits there like on their knees, just like still.
Both Chip and Silas staring into the abyss on their knees at opposite ends.
Silas, with a 4, you do have to choose to suffer or resist the effects of psychic backlash. Otherwise, you will be taking the level 2 harm migraine.
I will resist that.
Okay.
I get those often enough without extraterrestrial help.
Yeah, me too.
So is that resolve?
That is resolve.
Okay. That's a 6.
6. You take no stress. As the two of you are both kind of on your knees, as said, staring into the abyss, as kind of just like clacking away, like Crow and Chip, that there's just these tiny crabs. They're like this big, just like on your knees, like crawling over your legs at play. Like, what's up? How's it going? No? Nothing to eat here? All right, moving on.
Scoop one up to have as a pet.
All right, you have a tiny crab. It will feed on mostly algae, honestly. Just gotta. It is similar to the crabs that I described earlier for Tristero, for that were eat, but it's like the size of the palm of your hand. Specifically the palm of your very tiny hand, Asher.
Yeah.
I
love him.
We can start doing like those really fancy cage decorations. Get one of those really nice fish tanks.
Aquariums, yeah, we can get an aquarium going. Good. Yeah.
But with that, Tristero, you are able to find the sign for Vinny's fish cart. It is a sign that says Vinny's fish cart.
Is there like a register or a little lockbox with coin in it as well?
You are able to find the lockbox with Vinny's money that he got from whatever the most recent sales was, where there's about a coin's worth of money in there, you can tell. And you are also able to, if you choose to have someone help you haul it back, the grill is intact. Like the actual like cooking apparatus that was attached to this cart is intact. It's just the cart that's destroyed.
Yeah, we could take that. That cut costs for Vinny for having to find a replacement. Now just needs to find the wood.
Yeah.
So, you all take the sign that says Vinny's fish cart. You take your new pet crab. I don't know what you're going to name it. That's up to you. You take this grill back to Vinland, the house in Crowsfoot, where you present these things, not the crab, just the sign and the grill, to a very thankful Vinny, who is happy to know that 1, what happened to his cart, 2, that the situation's been resolved and no one else is going to have their fish stolen, and 3, that he doesn't have to look into totally replacing his cart, just the wood and the storage apparatus, not the whole grill. The grill's a bit dented, probably needs a few repairs, but it is 95% intact. And this is also for Chip and for Tristero. This is your first time at this house, so you're greeted and thanked by like in a row by like 20 Vinnies back to back to back to back to back. Like you're just handshake. By the end of it, your hand, you're like just like Cole was just doing, just shaking your hand out like very enthusiastic. One of the Vinnies just comes up and just mwah, mwah, mwah. Kind of the full gamut. And then you see that like all 20 of these Vinnies like chip in together, like pulling coin out of their pockets and like to give you all collectively about 4 coin for the job.
Oh.
That's so sweet. And there is the one part of me that's like, we should turn this down. The other part of me like, I need fucking cash now.
But you are awarded, and that's your payoff is 4 coin for the money. Is you're getting the 4 coin from the Vinnies, who are ever so thankful for this. Scarlet is overjoyed. I knew you could do it. I knew you'd get to the bottom of this. Thank you, guys. Really. Didn't I tell you? Nothing to worry about. She's like talking to like one of the Vinnies. Doesn't matter which one. There's nothing to worry about. They're the best, ain't they? Don't worry. I'll see you guys at work tomorrow. It's fine. Hey, actually, if you want to stick around, I'm gonna have a bit of a potluck to celebrate. It'll be a great time. We've invited some of the other people in the neighborhood. Wanna come down and around?
Is my dad still around?
Yes.
Perfect. If my dad's around, I'm sticking with this. I'm gonna be here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be a fool to turn down free food as someone who has been through college, so.
I will happily stay. I just need to run back to the house real quick to put something in the icebox. Because I have crab on the way.
Oh no, your crab already came. That's what y'all were eating. It was the steamed crab before the job, remember?
Oh, right.
Chip will also stay.
It's gonna be some familiar faces. I think you'll remember some of them. The entire fireman's department is gonna be there.
It's gonna be a great party.
Damn.
Yeah. The fireman's department is invited. Some more of the extended family of Vinnies shows up. By the time you're done, you think you've met about 45 people named Vinny. By all that's said and done, you've been told that this is not all of them. Some of them could not make it. Some of them are out of town. Some of them are just around in various places. Some of them are working. Some of them are just sticks in the mud. But you do, by the end of that, you meet like 45 Vinnies, including some of the uncle Vinnies, not the cousin Vinnies, the uncle Vinnies as well. Some of the fathers of these Vinnies, as well as some of the aunties. You can meet some of the aunties. They're not Vinny. None of them are named Vinny. You don't have to worry about that. There's Eustace and Eugene and Eumaria.
If Venia is here, about 25 minutes into this party, Crow is so overwhelmed that they are just going to go and sit on Venia. There are too many people here.
Veneer is here. Veneer is quite happy with that. And Veneer will, if the too many people becomes overwhelming after you've had the kebabs, Veneer will just take you home, away from all the people.
That is perfect.
Good. Great. Love that. All right, but it is a lovely song and dance when all things are said and done. So let's talk downtime, payoff, heat, not things. Payoff, y'all got, as I said, 4 coin. You can either split that amongst yourselves or put it in your vault. It's up to you.
Can we split it? Chip hasn't been involved and doesn't have any money.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably good.
All right, so that'd be 1 coin to each of you, split evenly. Let's talk reputation. You get 2 reputation by default. If the target is of a higher tier, which they were, this was a nascent demon. That was the idea. So we're going to give you 4 reputation when all said and done. I'm just going to mark that up. You've got a great reputation with the dock people now. They love you after what you did. So yeah, they're the fishing people down there absolutely adore you. Now let's talk heat. I would call this smooth and quiet with very little exposure. You didn't blow up the sewers. You didn't cause any infrastructural damage to the docks. You didn't kill anyone. Kind of the opposite of that, honestly. For a brief moment, you almost reverse killed someone. It was quite an interesting time, all things considered. So I'm willing to give you no heat for this. I don't think I've ever said that before. But this is
Such a
one of
good
those
day
things.
for us.
You did so well.
So good.
Especially compared to last time.
Especially considering we started with a 1 on our entanglement roll.
Speaking of our entanglements, that is what we will be ending on. So let's roll those entanglements. You have no heat. So we're on the 0 heat table for this entanglements. You do have a level 2 wanted table. So you gotta accept that. But let's find out. All right. So we take the 6.
A lot of 6s this session. I'm scared for the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No entanglements, actually, because you don't have a faction with which you have a +3 reputation.
Wow.
Yeah, it's because you got cooperation. A +3 status faction asks you for a favor. Agree to do it or forfeit 1 reputation per tier of the friendly faction or lose a status with them. If you don't have a +3 faction status, you void entanglements right now.
Nobody likes us
to
that
not be
much.
friends.
Great.
Currently, no one likes you enough. The closest you have is the Damned, and they're a +2. Because the Damned doesn't like anyone that much. So let's go into... Real quick, we can just do some downtime activities. Let's start with Tristero.
Yeah. You know what? I do not need to really worry about too much, I'd say. Someone let me know if they do want an extra downtime action on this, but I'm going to focus on finishing up at least one of these current long-term projects and finding out more about Archie and how he got entangled, and maybe see if there's some connection to the just some kind of other connection that we're missing here. Just going back to the big string board.
Yeah, so you wanna finish up Archie's Orphanage of Origin.
Yes.
Okay. All right. How are you doing that? What ability are you using? How are you?
If I remember right, and I'm trying to remember the downtime action for this, the Charter Home for Abandoned Youth, was that run by someone in particular? Was there like a primary benefactor, a patron that I was able to discover?
It was a city orphanage, basically. It had public funding. It had occasional wealthy donors, but no one notable enough to really like not one enough that they get their name on the board, kind of a thing.
Would it be then if it's a city thing? Would it be ran by the Ministry of Preservation?
Yes.
I'm breaking in.
All right,
I
I'm
would
gonna
like
give
to
you a
break-
choice here. I'm gonna give you a choice here, Cole. You can either roll something on the table to try to do that, or you can take an automatic another -1 to y'all's reputation with the ministry and just do that.
I like rolling the dice. I like taking my chances. Can I push myself on this?
No, this is a downtime thing, so no.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with this. I can already see Brandon just frustrated. Listen, I like to cause trouble. You know this. Let's see how this goes. Oof. I
Well,
did get a 3.
You did get a 3. That's not great. I will just close out the clock for you, though.
Sweet.
So that's that. So you found you already found the name of the orphanage. The real question is what information you really wanted out of this orphanage. Tell me what you were trying to truly find here.
Just records of who basically how often was there like a city inspection of the orphanage, what kind of people dealt with that most often, where did Archie end up going to as well, and if any of the names of the kindled we ran into happen to have any kind of connection in that way, would be the main things I could think of.
So the main thing that you get out of this, you find Archie's you find Archie's orphanage of origin. That wasn't hard. You find how he eventually got to where he did, which was through he from orphanage. He got a very good scholarship that allowed him to move into the dorms at the university and charter hall. From there, he started working his way up to the echelons of academia and that kind of a thing. The connection you're able to pull, you do not find any names of any of the other kindled that you know of anywhere in the records of this orphanage. At least in the kids. You do find, however, that you were on something of a track with benefactors. Because even though there was never any large benefactors, you find that a frequent low-level benefactor to the orphanage was one Lord Dalmore. Which you've already drawn the connection, was Anya's father. That is not hard to find. Which gives you a very clear through line, perhaps, of how Archie met Anya. Given that you have finished off this wheel of orphanage, you also find out that the scholarship for Archie was sponsored by Lord Dalmore.
That's the big thing. Okay.
Lord Dalmore is the one who helped Archie get the scholarship that got him from being just another orphan in Doskval into academia. But that closes out that clock. So now the question is, does that lead you to start a new one?
I think that does bring me to collect like Asher, Crow, and Chip and say, we officially have just coming in. There's like a lot of more dirt on Trastero than usual, and like some scuffed up, like some near misses of bullet marks. The job did not go well. But Trastero comes in, bundle of papers and like a few folders, and just says, all right, officially have a connection of why the Dalmores got interested in Archie. He's the Lord Dalmore's the reason why Archie went to university on a scholarship track. Now the next step we need to find out is what the fuck Lord Dalmore has interested in it.
Is Lord Dalmore still alive?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
That's what I figured.
That's very obvious and easy to
Yeah.
find. There's an obituary for a man who was that powerful.
Yeah.
Who
You know, figure out how long ago that was?
Yeah, that was like 20 years ago.
Okay.
Okay. He's been dead for a while. Okay.
He's been dead for a hot minute. In fact, as you look at it, that man died. You can line up the dates. That man died like during Archie's like second year in college.
Okay.
He was just old. Also, you look at it, he's like, this man was 93.
Oh, yeah.
The circumstances of his death were he went to sleep and didn't wake up.
Fascinating. So some kind of sleep poison. No.
No, he's a man who lived to old age in Duskval, which is an achievement.
Weird. Yeah. Rare.
Sounds rich.
Oh yeah.
Yes. He was definitely wealthy.
Right. Is there any follow-up on like what's going on with the Dalmore estate at least?
Now?
Yeah.
No. I mean, not to any knowledgeable extent. The thing about the Dalmore estate is like Anya wasn't the head of the estate. Anya is like the fourth child of Lord Dalmore. She was never the head of the Dalmore estate. She was a scion. She was one of the wealthy scions who went her own way, used her connections and her connections through her family and stuff to build her own small, remain in the upper class of society, but didn't become a mover and shaker big name. She was a what we'd call a one percenter who did charity kind of individual.
Okay.
I guess if we wanted to look into the Dalmores, we could see why he was so interested in Archie, but I don't know that it will necessarily help.
Yeah.
Oh, why he was interested in Archie is pretty easy to figure out as you look through. Archie was a fucking genius. Archie was, and Lord Dalmore worked in military contracts. Why do you think Archie ended up in a military science for a while?
Yeah.
There is definitely a next step here of either. I mean, I think the next step is honestly, I actually just messaged someone about this earlier, but like looking into more about Anya as well. And how that worked out. But I can't get the sound of a recorder out of my head, so I need to finish up that clock.
You're gonna finish up Control the Noise? Okay.
Yeah.
So sorry about that.
Give me an attune roll. Give me an attune roll to try to finish your other downtime to try to finish that clock.
There's a 6.
There's a 6. Yeah, that is done. You have managed to tune out to the best of your ability the noise. You now have a firmer grasp on it. It will never truly go away, but it no longer rings repeatedly in your ears and keeps you from sleeping. It no longer disturbs your every waking thought. And it no longer rings like constant tinnitus. It is more now become this underlying thing that you notice when your mind isn't racing a million miles a second.
Right.
So you have an extra one, but we can come back to that because I know you can pass it around. Let's go to, since we're on the track of people investigating Archie, let's go over to our lovely Asher.
First off, we're gonna go see Dr. Abermice to see if we can finish healing this goddamn hand injury, because Asher plays picking locks for funsies to obviously keep on top of the game, and the fact that they have been like messing this up is really bothering them. So,
Look, the hand injuries get in the way of everything.
they get in the way of a lot.
From lockpicking to daggers to wwhatever you do with Helene.
Exactly. Especially because I have to do all the work right now because she's still more or less incapacitated. Anyways, it's fine. So, what do I roll?
That's him rolling, actually. That's him rolling. I'm gonna roll fortune off your sheet for his prowess as a doctor. As you go see Dr. Avermice, and it's not like him going like, yeah, you got yourself hurt again, like he usually does. It's a follow-up appointment. Kind of a bullshit. Let's take a look here. That is a 5. That'll give us 2 ticks, which will clear out your healing clock. You can mark off that hand injury.
Amazing.
And call it a day. You are no longer injured. Your hand you've got some bandages around there. He injects you with some bone juice. It's fine.
Yay! More of the bone juice. Then we are going into we're going to start taking what Cole has, like, not Cole. God damn it. Taking what Tristero has learned, digging into what happened to Archie 5 years ago, looking actually more so on like the Dalmor side, specifically through Anya, and what may or may not have worked, what may or may not have happened going in that.
Absolutely. So that is... How are you gathering that information, I guess, is the question.
Probably... Well, actually, what I'm probably doing is just going into... There was somebody that we met at the beginning. Oh God, was it the first job that we did? I don't remember. Was it the first job? Basically, there's an ink rake that I think Lisbon.
Yep.
I'm gonna go talk to her to see if she can give me any insights onto big occurrences from 5 years ago or anything involving the Dalmors.
All right, give me a consort roll then.
Okay. This just goes back to like risky standard, right? Like
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna mark 1 tick into that, because that's what a 3 will get you. So you're 3/4 of the way done with the what happened to Archie 5 years ago clock.
Yeah.
And she's not able to give you much in that thing, but she does. You come away with 1 clear piece of information. There is somewhere buried in the stacks of the archive, there is an article that might help you. She thinks. She thinks that there is an article somewhere in the archives of the Inkbreak newspaper that she recalls mentioning the Dalmors, maybe something that just might be of an assistance.
Okay. Can I then either... Tristero, I don't remember what your extra downtime is, but otherwise what I'm thinking is I might just spend a coin to see if I can dig into the archives.
Do you want to just take it for that? Because
sure.
I'd say fuck it, go for it.
Okay.
Sure.
Or maybe I tap Tristero to help with that, to be like, hey, I need a second set of eyes. Do you mind coming and helping me see if...
Yeah.
That's probably a study or a hunt.
Any argument I can make for survey of that?
If you want to be the delegating manager to making Tristero run around through the archives.
Yeah, that sounds
I do have
great.
1 in study, so does that give me a bonus die out of curiosity?
No.
No?
This isn't your downtime. This is Asher's.
Still.
Yeah.
I've got 2 in survey and then 1 only in the other ones. So.
If you want to be the delegating manager overlooking the stacks while telling Tristero where to look, sure, I will give you survey.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's not like Asher, though. She would actually go and dig into it herself. So, I will do study.
All right. Give me a study roll.
Hey!
So a 4 is 2 segments. You are so close.
So close.
So
That's
close.
cool.
You are 1 segment away. You have narrowed down where in the stacks it is. It is somewhere in this section from the Q's. No. The M's. No. The L's. That is the L section of 5 years ago between these dates. It has to be somewhere in one of these 6 drawers kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is where you're at.
Okay.
Yes.
You can spend a coin to change that if you want to.
Yeah, you can up it to a 6
You can
with a
up
coin.
it to a 6 if you want, and that would fill out your clock.
I didn't know I could do that. If I can, that'd be great. I'll
Sure.
totally spend a coin
Burn
on
a
that.
coin, and we will mark that, and that
Thanks.
will
Thanks for
fill
that.
in a 12-segment clock.
It's
of
only
what
for
happened to
downtime
Archie.
activities. I had to make sure. I was like, when do you get to do this?
So,
Money well spent.
you finished this clock in conjunction with our lovely Tristero finishing his clock. Putting the pieces together takes a while. But eventually, you find an article. An article dated to just over 5 years ago. It's not actually you who finds it. It is Tristero who finds it more or less at the same time, like grabbing your attention, because he'd be like, hey, I think I found it, as he pulls it up. For Asher, the first thing you notice is the black and white silvergraph photo of the Dalmore estate that is on this article. For Tristero, the first thing you noticed is who wrote the article. Marasi Lou.
Fuck.
The article doesn't go into specifics. It doesn't name any names. It doesn't name any persons. All it talks about is that there was an incident outside the Dalmore estate in which a random mugging occurred and there were injuries. Someone or something was injured and the reason this made the news is because incidents like this don't happen in Brightstone. But someone was mugged outside the Dalmore estate in Brightstone just over 5 years ago.
That's also the timeline when they Archie and Anya went on a 1-year sabbatical.
1 year sabbatical, yeah.
It
That's
is.
why I was
That is the
thinking about
timeline. As you put together the records, you realize that it was a week after this article is dated that the incident had happened. That based on the academic records that you had already pulled, that Archie went on sabbatical. And then it was at this point that nobody saw Archibald Dalmore IV or Anya Dalmore for a year.
Okay.
The next article, based on all of the research you've done, that mentions either of them was a picture of Anya and Archie at a opening for a new public works building for the Ministry of Preservation that is dated to a little less than 4 years ago, where it shows a picture of Anya cutting the ribbon for this Ministry of Preservation building.
What does Anya look like?
Like Anya, like you've seen her.
Okay, I don't remember the description of her, that's why.
Oh, okay. Anya is so she's a tall woman. She was taller than Archie. Archie was about 5'6" as a man. Anya stood at about 5'8", 5'9". She has very long brown hair, but she keeps it tied up into a usually like one of those like bun braids, with a very large smile and very bright blue eyes. Her Her hair, like I said, is dark. She looks like a... I mean, she's Duskval native.
Yeah.
She's 100% Duskval native. The blue eyes indicate that there might be a bit of Skovelander blood somewhere in the background of their lineage, but otherwise, it's, yeah, Duskval through and through.
Cool. Thank you. Just curious.
Then again, colors are hard to tell in a photograph.
Yeah, no, of
Yeah.
course.
Because this is
Right,
black
that's
and white
fair.
photographs.
Is that Ministry of Preservation building also still in use as well, or
That
did it get
Ministry-
decommissioned?
This is an extensive clock y'all have been working on, so you're getting a lot of information here. That Ministry of Preservation building, based on what you have seen, is still in use. It only opened for a little less than 4 years ago. That Ministry of Preservation building has been standing. It is the building of specifically public works, not public infrastructure. Public infrastructure is roads and sewers and things. This is public works. So that's things like orphanages and other like social welfare organizations, soup kitchens, donation places, that things. This is the place that solicits rich people to give them money so they can help people, essentially.
Cool. That's all I'm doing.
Awesome.
That was
Yeah.
lots. That was plenty.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do have a question.
I have an answer.
So for the downtime activities, so long-term projects,
Correct.
can you do, I know it'd be a lot, or a long clock, but can you do things that would work towards crew upgrades? The reason why I ask is because you can do that with a cohort, which is like an upgrade. So you can?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Why? What are you hoping to upgrade amidst the crew?
So I'll have a discussion with everyone then, because I won't just decide. So I've never played with cohorts before. I think they could actually be fun. Just because, like I said, I've never done it before. Secondarily, I'd also be okay working towards mastery. Because we need that.
That's fair. I mean, keep in mind that you also get crew upgrades and stuff when you level up the crew. So, like, you'll get more stuff as that goes on.
Yeah.
But if you want to acquire, say, a cohort, what we would do is we'd start an acquire asset, or rather, what you would do is you do an acquire asset downtime activity to acquire that asset, which normally that asset would just be for the next job. But then you can also then start a long-term project to make that a permanent asset. Is how that works.
When I was reading it, it sounded like it just automatically went to a long-term project and you didn't get it, but if we want to get it. But it sounds like everyone wants mastery. So if I could build a clock to help improve that. Because we do get points when we level up, but...
Yeah. So you do. So what I'm going to do, Chip, is I'm going to start a clock for you. I'm going to start a clock for you, and it is going to be a crew upgrade. And it's not going to be specific. It's just that when we get to that full clock, then you can decide what you're going to do with it.
Cool.
All right. So the first thing to ask then is, since we're starting that clock, is how do you want to start that clock? Is this like you start soliciting businesses for buildings to expand the hideout, or start soliciting or acquiring reading material for people to study new things, or...
So because it's Chip, I feel like the first thing that they're gonna do is they're actually gonna go to like a fighting ring almost to like show how strong they are and convince someone to join them and train the group on the whole. Like continue to support them. That's like kind of what their mentality is so far.
Absolutely.
Just try and impress someone.
I guess that's a skirmish roll. We're going to improve the organization through fisticuffs, my good sir. Bring it on.
Yes. A.
It's a 6. So that's a 6 is, I believe, 3 ticks in the clock. So there you go. Look at that. You still have another downtime. What would you like to do with that one?
So then secondary question for the group on the whole. Have y'all let Chip know who all you think is working with Archie? Is that a conversation that's been had?
Some of it would have been.
Okay.
I
What-
think the name Marossi would come up enough. You would know at least that person.
Well, and we would have given you insight into Talia because
There you go.
I knew where you were leading with this. Just because they were somebody who we probably would have explained to you everything that happened in the season 1 finale. Like,
Yeah. So then, second long-term project is learning more overall about what's happened with Talia.
Yeah, I can definitely start that. And how are you going about that?
So the first thing they'll probably start doing is talking with Asher, because it's very clear that Asher is obsessed with this stuff.
all right.
So doesn't know about the board, obviously, but like knows that you are very into it.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and say give me a sway roll.
Sure. Could I argue for a +1 since I'm working with Asher? You can say no. I have to ask.
Asher pulls out a dossier file that literally has Talia's name on it.
Yeah. No, you can get a +1 on that for sure.
Cool.
Another 6, so that's three ticks in that clock. All right.
Cool.
And last but certainly not least, Pro.
Hello. Much like Asha, I'm going to have a follow-up visit with the doctor so that I can stop bleeding inside of my brain.
That's so fair. All right, yeah, the good doctor's like, all right, come here. You're looking pretty all right. Okay. Can you hear this? And he starts like snapping next to your fingers and snapping next to your head.
Woo!
That is, I mean, you only needed to fill in
I
one.
only
He could have
needed
rolled
one.
literally anything.
Yeah.
So go ahead and clear all your injuries. He's like, all right. One last
Thank
thing.
you.
Tilt your
Mhm.
head back. He takes one of those nasal things and
Oh, hello.
clear out the old sinuses.
Oh, yeah.
And you see that like as he does that, like the last remnants of like a globule of dried blood like comes out from the ruptured capillaries, and like you just feel so much better suddenly. Like there was a clog you didn't know existed because you'd become used to it, clears, and you're like, oh, I can breathe.
I don't think I've ever breathed this clearly in my life. Thank you.
You can breathe clearly now. The blood is gone.
And then
Alright.
I am going to go and spend some time with.
He's gonna, don't come back for at least 3 weeks.
I cannot make you that promise, Doctor. You know this. Also, I will see you when you come see Shrek anyway.
Yeah, I'll see you in like 3 hours.
Yeah. I'm going to go to the Church of the Weeping Lady and spend some time with all of my friends, the ghosts, to relieve some of my stress, so that I don't end up with a third quack immediately.
Absolutely. You go there. As you're there, your favorite friend and ghost, Rick, is of course there. Hey there, Sugarlips.
Hello. Sorry I did not call you for anything this time. Oh, I suppose you're welcome. I imagine you like not being involved in my problems.
It makes the afterlife more interesting when you call me, you know? Haven't been this busy since I was in prison.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing lovely. Had some wild floats around, you know?
Oh.
What about you? Surprised to see you down here to get your stress relieved. Thought you Thought you were already doing all right since you had your pipes cleaned recently.
Hilariously, in more ways than one.
Mm,
But,
no. I know.
Oh, well, just
You know how thing about veneer, you gotta know. Thing about veneer. The thing you gotta know about that whole family is they're all a little bit weird. Somehow. They're somehow a little bit weird. Veneer, Vinny, his thing is he talks to ghosts.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
I suppose that makes two of us.
Yeah, he talks to ghosts, but like, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
He can't see them.
Oh! Oh, that is very funny.
Like, he talks to ghosts in just the weirdest way. Because at any one time, he could be talking, there could be no ghost there. There could be like 12 of us. It's become almost a pastime for some of us to go there and just hear the latest gossip. I think it's how he vents.
I am imagining the very funny image of Veneer talking very excitedly to a chair while you are behind him on the other side of the room.
He doesn't do it like that. He doesn't like sit and talk to a chair. That is a very funny image, but that's not what he does. It's more like he'll just start like talking while he's like at doing the dishes, but he always does it like in that way where he's like
field.
Into the ghost field where he's like talking and he's like talking to a ghost kind of a thing, but he's always like trying to talk to like specific ghosts. You gotta understand, like he at one point was trying to talk to Grandma Lulalia is the thing.
Oh,
I am not Grandma Lulalia.
No, you are not.
No.
Can he hear you when you talk back or no?
I mean, if we talked back, probably, but like we can choose for him not to hear us.
That's true. So do you all just stand around silently while he talks?
It's not silently. We're usually laughing and bullshitting to ourselves about what he's saying. He just can't hear us because we don't let him.
Well, I will keep your secret about your ghost gossip circle. But thank you for telling me. It's fascinating.
It's great. Sometimes, now here's the funny thing. Sometimes one of his relatives does show up, but it's never the one he's talking to. It's become almost something of a knitting circle.
Oh. See, you asked why I came here, and the reason that I came here is because I needed this. I needed this very much.
All right, and go ahead and roll me your stress relief indulge your vice roll.
Yeah.
And hope you don't get a 6. That's perfect.
That's exactly
what
I needed.
As your exact stress. That is on the money. Is nothing but net. Okay.
And then I want to do another thing, like I want to spend a coin to go and work with Echo on demon killing.
Absolutely. Echo will definitely take you demon killing. When last we left our demon killing adventures, Echo literally plugged you into the wall of lightning and said, learn to handle it. Today's
okay.
Yeah. Today's lesson via Echo is something of a different thing. Oh, you're here for a lesson.
Yes, please.
I actually have just the thing for you. Come with me, if you would.
Mm-hmm.
And Echo, they lead you back down a long tunnel until you find yourself in front of a pit. I suppose you're wondering what this is.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Not everyone has a pit in their basement, but
special occasions, you know? And then Echo shoves you in the pit. You're fine ultimately, but you are about 12 feet straight down on a insurmountable wall. It is at this point you realize that these walls are made out of a very specific substance, black salt, the specific substance that is made to keep ghosts contained. At which point he drops a jar full of ghosts, full of very angry ghosts. Says, well, contain them all or die. And then closes the pit. And he is doing the method of making what is called a curse beetle. In some cases, it's a Japanese tradition of where you put a bunch of poisonous insects into a box, and whichever one wins
Gets out.
is the strongest, and then you use that to hurt someone. Anyway, roll me a tune or skirmish.
Oh, it's a tune. It's not happening with skirmish, I promise. That's a
Fine.
5.
It
The
is,
image of Crow just like boxing with the ghosts.
it is 2 ticks on the box. At which point, so like 3 hours later, Echo comes back to a very harried Crow with just like a bunch of ghosts in a jar and drops like a rope ladder down.
Danke. Also, this is for you. And they hand over the barnacle in the jar.
Oh. Kind of shakes it a little bit. Fascinating. He kind of sees the shadowy hand come out. It's like the equivalent of a suckerfish.
Regrettably, the creature it was eating off of no longer exists, so its siblings may not fare very well.
Well, I know just the slightly mad scientist who might want to take a look at this. Thank you. I hope you gained something valuable from today's lesson.
I did. Danke. And I'm using my analyst ability to put 2 more in building my demon killing knife. Slowly but surely, we're getting there.
Slowly but surely. And we'll take you back out. We'll give you some coffee and some scones and a muffin on the house from the coffee shop. Just like, there you go. Take care of yourself. Come back next time.
Yeah.
I promise not to push you down a pit.
I don't believe you, but that's okay.
Oh, no, trust me, I'm very true to my word. I will not be pushing you down the pit. You'll be climbing down there yourself.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, but that is the last of the downtimes, I do believe.
Yep.
And so that is where we can call it a wrap on episode 4 of Fire in the Dark, the saga of the Vinnies. Or something smells Vinny up in here. Or
I can't believe you won't let us say Vindicators.
the Vindicators. Or Vinny Vidi Vici. Or either way, I have been Jamie Wolf. I have been your GM. And I have been joined by my lovely cast, starting with Parker.
Hi, I'm Parker. I've been playing Asher, who did not have a horrible day. This was actually pretty great. We have a new pet crab. Leonardo da Vinny Claw is the name that we're running with. It is great. You can catch me over on, I don't know, Twitter, Twitch, and TikTok, I think, all at the Pixie Parker, where I just do shenanigans. I don't know. It's a lot of dating sims. I gotta get back to them. We've been off for a little bit. April's a lot. It's fine. We're gonna get there. That's
No,
all.
April was a lot. We didn't even have a show in April. It's
Oh, exactly.
It's been busy. Cole.
Yes.
So busy. Speaking of being busy, hi y'all. I am Cole, aka Ice Cold Brew. You can hear me over on Inside the Tabletop RPG Talk Show, where we actually just released an episode about designing a tabletop game. And Manar and I broke down what a sports tabletop RPG would look like for us. It was a really fun episode. Highly recommend checking that one out. Along with that, I am also here every other Tuesday on the Huntsman's Hydrant channel for Denari's Half Dozen, playing a different anxious child, Hadrian, who is very fun to play right now. And what else do I got going on? You can follow me on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr at Ice Cold Brew, and keep an eye on my Twitch channel. I'll probably come back into streaming eventually, sometime soon, with some games. Go support your favorite tabletop RPGs and leave a 5-star rating on them.
Wonderful. Mariah.
Hi, I'm Mariah or Mischievous Red. I'm one of the co-founders here on Huntsman's Hydra with our lovely god Ashenworks. I am found here, obviously, but I also run my own show called Shifting Worlds, which occasionally appears on Tuesdays, and it's a Vessin actual play with some of the people you'll see here too.
And Rue.
Hello, my name is Rue. I use they, he, or z pronouns if you're feeling spicy. And you can find me on Twitter as at Ilana Knight 13 and everywhere else as just Ilana Knight. As Mariah was saying, I'm also on Shifting Worlds, which is here on Tuesdays sometimes. Other than that, all my other streams are presently on hiatus for a couple of things. But tomorrow I start a very new, very exciting job. And you can hear all about that on Twitter at 8 a.m. tomorrow when I'm allowed to say it publicly.
Wonderful. And of course, we have to give it up for our wonderful producer, Dosval, Time Magazine's most intriguing person of the year, Brandon Ashenworks. But from all of us here in Dosval to you, have a good night, everybody. The tavern is closing. See you next time.